everyone. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. It's time for more FNAF. Hello, my name is Layba. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. It is day... What day is it today? What is it, like day 13? Day 14? Day 13. Is it day... Okay, am I accurate in writing that? Because I'm about to start forgetting, all right? Day 13. Give me 1 second. What happened? Let me close this up real quick. It is day 13 of my funathon today. And for some reason, we are not currently showing the... Hello? Why isn't the game theory... There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. Yes. And we are doing more FNAF today. 391.46. Thank you very much. We are doing more FNAF. We left off. We're doing all of Matt Pat's game theory stuff, right? And Almy, thank you so much for swallow noises. Be right back for that. God damn. All right, sorry. Also, sorry for the fan noise. It's hot in this room. But also, hello, my name is Lily. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. It is currently day 13 of my funathon. Today is an all FNAF day. Hello to Almy specifically. Just cuz. And also, PA James is now boarding. Welcome to Label Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight. We are watching all of the game theorists, Matt Pat, all their fucking videos. We've only got through 10. There's 57. 57. We've gotten through 10 of them. I have decided I need to shut the fuck up and watch way more. What was for dinner? Sushi. Remember when I said the sushi sounds good? Sushi sounded good. So wish us luck for the remaining. For the remaining, however much, we definitely can't watch all of it tonight. But it has been pretty interesting. I have said that. I have also thought that, you know, I've also gotten into a couple rants already. Not about Five Nights at Freddy's specifically. Just overall about theory and theorists and the term and the type of theory and theorists. That said, let's get into it. This is Game Theory, The Killer's Promise, FNAF's sister location, which so far seems like it would be my favorite if I played it, right? I haven't played any of the... I've only played 2 of the FNAF games. The first one I played was the first one, which I ended up not finishing because I just simply wasn't fast enough to catch Foxy. The second one I played is actually the Pizza Simulator, which is really great. Except I didn't have any of the scary parts because Axel really cares for me and says, you don't have to play with any of the scary parts. Woo! Yes, somebody has already asked if I would play all of the FNAF games. I said yes under the condition that somebody sends me $1,000 to lower my timer. That said, let's get started.
Isn't this why you came here? To be with her again?
Don't you remember what you saw happening?
Almy immediately says, for a game like that, at least 1K. No, Almy. You'd have to... It's not for a game. It's for me to play the full series. So I'm even more generous than what Almy's about to do. Almy's about to just have 1K to play one of the games. I'm even more generous. But thank you so much for everybody hanging out, going on board. We did get one spin today. Sorry. We actually did get a spin today. We're, I think, currently at a at 13 out of 120 for the next spin. But we did get a spin today. It was actually to give out a scarf giveaway, and Light won that one. So pretty excited to send that out. There you go.
7 million theorists strong.
Woo!
And a lot of that is
7
thanks to
mil?
this franchise. More often than not, when I talk to people about their favorite episodes of this series, it's these. Young, old, it doesn't matter. The FNAF series was their first introduction. So I
Do
always
what,
feel a
Map
lot of
Hat?
pressure on these videos to deliver in a big way. You
Yeah,
know,
no
looking
shit,
back,
bro.
They're some of my personal favorites. Not only am I proud of the final products, but I'm proud of what they represent.
Wait, what is
as
this?
The FNAF
Why is
series
he-
has been a true team effort, branching out across every person who has ever touched this channel, spanning every editor who's ever worked on an episode of Game Theory, getting you loyal theorists involved with pitching theories, and covering every style of theory that I personally write, from more IRL episodes to more lore-based ones. We've used everything from books to spin-off titles, real-world math and science to source code analysis, teaser images, trailer hints, and even US.
What is this? Is this like marketing for people to see other Game Theory FNAF fucking episodes? Is that what it is? Like, why is he going through this? Is this a thank you? Is this a 7 million people thank you?
Trademark data. Looking across this series, it's incredible the breadth that we've gone to. And to think, I almost never covered this series to begin with. It was going to be Slender, but then you guys, you loyal theorists, encouraged me to look into it. All based on a simple Twitter poll. You guys made it happen, and the rest is history. Funny how life goes sometimes. Anyway, like I said, I feel a lot of responsibility with these episodes, but I think today is my favorite of the whole series, because now we finally have all the
I was gonna make fun of him and I was gonna be like, okay, you feel a lot of responsibility, but imagine all of your other series, whatever, blah, blah. But genuinely, the series and the theories have been pretty, like, good. Even if they're wrong, right? Even if it's, like, changed and he's like, oh, I was wrong. Like, the actual video of all of it has been pretty entertaining, you know?
pieces necessary to tell a coherent plot. It's not just some corpse kids and silent puppets and mauve murderers who don't say anything. We have personalities now, actual character,
Yeah.
and most
Whoa, what the?
importantly
Who's
of all,
that?
motivation. Motivations
What?
for why a serial killer would create a place like Sister Location.
What
And
the
believe it or
fuck
not,
is
the
that?
answer is actually quite sad. So the question of the day is, can a
Why is
game
Ennard-
make you feel
the-
sympathy
why-
for a
why is there
child
an Ennard
murderer?
walking
Because
around?
once you have the complete
You're
story,
good,
you
Pete.
might
You
just
should
see
rest.
Purple
You should
Guy
rest,
in a
sweetheart,
whole
okay?
new light. One line across this entire franchise answers everything. I will put you back together. But before
Jump
we get
scares
to
are
all
my
of
weakness
that,
too,
let's
Almy.
back up a
But
bit.
you know,
Last time we established that William Afton,
Everybody-
Purple Guy
hey,
himself,
hey,
is who
I-
you play as in Sister Location,
$1,000
and the
is
one who
$1,000,
eventually
you know what I
gets
mean?
himself scooped. We also established that he once had a daughter who got
Ew.
herself killed at the hands, or should I say, at the metal claw grip of Baby. But there is so much
Oh,
more
what?
hidden
That
in this
showed up in the
than
game?
that. By playing through the game and unlocking Sister Location's secret private room, players get treated to a shocking Easter egg. By typing the date 1983 into the keypad besides the monitors, the static blazes to life, revealing blurry footage of the FNAF 4 house. The
What?
blood-trap hallway, Foxy's closet, and creepiest of all, the crying child's bed. We also get a clue as to
Oh.
how this is being done. Sitting there on the desk is none other than our good old friend, Psychic Friend Fredbear. He's
here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who's you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear.
A little
Yeah!
less psychic this time and a little more plush, cradling what appears to be a remote control. Now, many have said that this is a walkie-talkie, but it is, in fact, a camera control.
It
Notice
kinda
the
looks like
buttons
a
on top.
walkie-talkie,
Those are
though.
switchers, allowing you to switch between the different cameras
Oh.
you have placed in the environment. The wheel on the bottom presumably allows you to turn the cameras or potentially focus them. The Fredbears from FNAF 4 are just that. Fredbear plushes equipped with hidden security cameras, something mothers are using all the time these days to monitor their children,
Ew.
and also getting themselves hacked while doing it. See
Ah.
also the Watch Dogs episode.
Ah.
Creepy stuff. But that begs the question, why would anyone have remote monitoring of a child's bedroom programmed to run into a secret room in an underground animatronic storage facility? And also, why that house?
That actually terrifies me to know that. I mean, I assume then, like, how are people? How am I gonna watch my kid if you could just hack into that network? You know? All right, good night, Jesus. Rest well. Bye-bye. Congratulations on not being dead last for BattleBots.
Well, it's important to note that it's not just any house. It's a house that's connected to Circus Baby's rentals. You heard that right. Sister location is under the FNAF 4 house. During the Freddy Breaker Room Challenge, we're presented with a map of the facility. We see the entrance elevator, main hub area, and the various holding rooms branching out all around it.
Bro found the passcode to my iPhone.
Are three other areas. Maps that should look pretty familiar to fans of this series. The plush trap hallway, the path to Fredbear's, and the crying child's bedroom from FNAF 4. No joke. Just like the vent system maps from previous games, the faded diagram would imply that all of this is located on a different level than sister location, i.e. above it. And as we can see, not just above it, but connected to it. In fact, while we were too busy
honestly, right? Because didn't they say in the trailer that this was supposed to be underground anyway? So, I mean, that kind of makes sense.
freaking out over the ever-nearing Funtime Freddy, most gamers overlook that as a part of that minigame, we were responsible for returning power to those areas of the map. They were even labeled Observation 1 and Observation 2. Observation? Observing what? It just gets creepier and creepier.
The kids!
Now, before you go saying that an underground facility attached to a house is far-fetched, it's actually something supported by the book and details I guarantee everyone overlooked.
Okay, because at this point already, Matt has accepted that the girl, baby, all right, is created by a person, right? And that same person had daughter and created, quote unquote, baby for daughter. Okay, and now baby's little thing where she comes out of this, hello, Will, hello, give me 1 second. You know, this thing. So, I mean, it's just not that crazy an idea. And the little girl has a bedroom in that house. You know what I'm saying? Will, thank you so much for the biddies. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It's terrible. I hate it. That's awful. I hate that. Genuinely. But thank you so much. Would you like to add or subtract? Why do I say that? Add or subtract time. So I was checking the Discord admin chat. Yeah, you'll be generous this time and add. That's what I fucking thought. It sounds like a you thing to fucking say. It sounds like a you fucking thing to say, Will. Jesus fucking Christ. Alrighty, that's it. Thanks for adding time. Thanks.
Reading it. Page 118, our main character Charlie is outside her childhood home, which is also home to Henry, co-founder of Freddy's. While exploring her father's animatronic workshop, we get the following quote. She knelt again and put her hand on the ground, fishing around until she found a small screw in the bare dirt. She palmed it, then looked closer. There were small holes in the ground, exposed when she moved the loose dirt. Charlie ran her fingers over them, thoughtful, end quote. Tiny holes hidden under the dirt of an animatronic workshop, huh? It's an oddly specific detail that never gets mentioned again and never goes anywhere, but is one of those things that gets the theorist mind to tickle in. Because when I hear of mysterious holes in the ground in someone's private workshop, I think trapdoor. Hidden trapdoor. Or, more accurately, secret entrances. Could this be a hint as to a secret entrance in Henry's animatronic workshop into sister location?
See, that's what I was saying. That's what genuinely I was thinking, right? Earlier, because he was saying, oh, this is probably William Afton. And I was like, no, I don't remember. I don't think that was William. But if they're like, yeah, no, it's Henry, then I believe that shit. Was that another wheel spin on the horizon? It's 15 out of 120 minutes. So, no, not necessarily. Yeah.
In fact, we can prove using more details from the book that it is still being used by Afton. Earlier in that same chapter, Scott makes sure to drop a few more hints that seemingly never go anywhere.
Thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Location to reference, these little details start to make a whole lot more
I know
sense.
what you're saying.
Quote, the benches were there where her father had assembled and tweaked his inventions, but the materials, the blueprints, and the half-finished robots that were once crammed onto every surface had disappeared. Where are they? End quote. So we have missing blueprints and partially finished bots that have just disappeared, but it continues. Quote, Charlie, John said from across the workshop, he was in the dark corner. If the skeleton had been there, it could have reached out to touch him, but it's not there. Notice the italics here. This isn't something that we're doing for effect in the video. This is actually
John?
straight from the book.
Who's
time
John?
and time again, Scott and the team working on this book are emphasizing these lines, as though they're pointing to a greater mystery here, that someone has stolen these materials and are using them for their own devices, that they're hidden somewhere in this world.
The book,
but it's a mystery
okay,
that
just
never
a
gets
random
solved within
person
pages
in
of
the book.
But perhaps most importantly of all is a paragraph a few sentences later that pulls all these clues together and may finally give us an answer as to what is in the box. You know, the box. Quote,
This
John
doesn't
was
get
standing
there,
beside
right?
her father's toolbox, and he stepped away as she came over, giving her space. Charlie knelt down before it. It looked as if it had just been polished. It was made of dark, stained wood. Glossy. All the tools were polished and clean. They looked as though they had just been used that morning, wiped down and put away meticulously. Like
The box in FNAF 4, it's at the very beginning, right?
someone still cared for them. End quote. Stolen blueprints, missing robots, pristine tools, despite supposedly
end,
going
okay.
unused for 10 years, hints at a trap door and William Afton lingering around the town in disguise. Quite simply, the pieces here add up. But again, that's hints that we can glean from the book. The bigger question here is why would
I heard that there was like a shit ton of books, but does the shit ton of books actually help, or is it just Silver Eyes that helps? And everything else is just some random FNAF, like, inspired book series? Like, does it actually always have to do with the Afton family? It does. All of them have to do with the Aftons and Henry and all this shit. Like, at some point, you would explain some shit, right? Like, how... there's 500 pages of them.
Afton be spying on the FNAF 4 house in the games? Well, because it's his. As we established last episode, you play as Purple...
Did you or did you not just say it was Henry's house? That it was Henry's house that had the little fucking wooden things on the door, or like little metal parts on the door, the secret entrance door? Did you not just say that? And this underground bunker, you assumed, was the secret entrance to the underground bunker. How are you sitting here now saying that this was William's house?
Guy. And each night you go back to your retro-themed house. At first, these cutscenes seem like they should just be absurd breaks from the spoopy action of the main game.
Clara, the baby isn't mine.
But look closer and you notice the details of the room. In particular, a very ugly lamp. A very ugly, very familiar lamp. One that we saw in, you guessed it,
FNAF 4.
In other
I'm
words,
just kidding.
this is Afton's house. And from his underground private room, he's observing his kids. Crying child, the older brother, and the girl who eventually becomes baby. As I suspected in my prediction video for this game, this truly is a sister location. A sister's location. And from there, all the parts start to fit together. So let's retell this story from the beginning now that we have all the pieces. Remember what will happen if he catches you. It's a line we hear repeated
I keep
over
thinking,
and
I'm like
over
about
again
to say
throughout
something,
FNAF
but then I
4, and now
remember
we
it's
know
Matt
why.
Pat, and I'm
Crying
like, you know what?
Child has seen
It's
Golden
fine.
Bonnie abduct children multiple times in the past. This moment in the back room that we all debated about whether or not it was a murder is in fact a child kidnapping. Silver Eyes proves it as it shows that Purple Guy kills by trapping the kids in spring-lock suits. Quote, Carlton was wedged inside the heavy barrel-shaped torso of a mascot costume, the headless top half of some kind of
Mascot?
animal. His arms were trapped inside the
Voji.
torso
Hello,
section,
dear.
pinned to his sides in an unnatural position. He could feel pieces of metal that pressed against his back and poked
Hello, Main Shark. Thank you so much for taking your folks on tour. Hello, Shark Raid. I'm so sorry. I'm literally like burping right now. Hi, Shark Raid. How are you? How was your stream? I hope it was amazing. Hello, tourists. My name is Lily Bell. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. Today we are doing FNAF lore all day as part of my Funathon Day 13. Okay. Because we you know what? We have a little gacha wheel that like subs can count towards, and we got it on the gacha wheel. So I've been jam-packed full of FNAF lore. And apparently, according to my chat, every single thing that I've heard so far is like a good 60% of them. 70% is Matt Pat not being correct. Sucks. It wasn't, but then it was. Oh, well, I'm glad it was good. At the end, that's all that really matters. Pokemon Infinite Fusion. How'd it go? Did you catch them all? That's what we all do with Pokemon. Right. 80%? Yeah, there we go. But hello, Shark. I hope you guys enjoy your time here, especially if you like FNAF, Five Nights at Freddy's. We're currently watching Game Theory's videos in terms of Five Nights at Freddy's sister location. So it's so far my favorite if I were to play the games. It's so far my favorite one, I think. But yeah, please enjoy yourself, or if you guys need to go, I totally understand. Thank you so much. Please have a great rest. But thank you.
Him. Dave said to Carlton, if you trigger those spring locks, 2 things will happen. First, all the locks will snap right into you, making deep cuts all
Wow, look
over
at that
your
editing,
body.
bro.
And a split
Okay.
second later, all the animatronic parts they've been holding back will instantly be driven into your body. You'll die, but it will be slow. Having witnessed a scene similar to this, the boy is justifiably terrified, trying to avoid the pizzeria at all costs. But it's kinda hard when your father is one of the owners. Meanwhile, William Afton knows that he's been found out, hence the observation monitors and security Fredbears. He needs to be sure of his son's movements, even when he's at work, be it above ground or below. I mean, the guy may be a killer, but it's not like he could just kill his son, even if he was the witness to a gruesome murder at the restaurant. But Afton's problem gets solved pretty
I find it so ridiculous that he wasn't able to figure out it was the older brother. Honestly, I don't know too much. Hold on. I don't know too much about it. So I don't know anything about they haven't mentioned anything too much about the older brother, that it was just the older brother is scaring the younger kid, right? So maybe we're not there yet, but I did watch another theory video that has a lot to do with the father and the brother and all that shit. And yeah, it's just so many things. It's like completely different than all these theories. So I'm basically starting at 0.
Also loved, leading us to one fateful promise. I will put you back together. We've analyzed this line a lot in past theories because it's not only the final lines of FNAF 4 and FNAF World, thereby making it super important to this franchise, but because it's also presented to us in a different color than Fredbear's yellow. Someone else is talking here. And now we can finally pinpoint who said it, and more importantly, why. It was Afton. I will put you back together.
Didn't you literally in their last one, they literally just said, oh, this is the same color as baby's dialogue, like the quote-unquote little girl's dialogue. Hello?
Promise to fix his son, a broken son, in the only way that he knows how, animatronics.
He did say that.
Enter
It's
sister
okay.
location
Man,
and the
I'm
Funtime
going from
animatronics,
0.
not
I'm not
built for
planning on
entertainment
playing
or
the
for
games
being
either,
warned,
so
but built to help Purple
real
Guy
quick,
save his son.
no need to
Built
spoil too
for
much for me,
capture.
because
Although no one has yet found
I
how
think
to unlock them
apparently
in the
he might go
game,
through
if you
that
dig
later.
through the sister location files, you find a set of blueprints for the various animatronics, outlining their size and
you do find the
special
blueprints.
features. Not only are they enormous, topping 7 feet in some instances,
Oh,
certainly bigger
Jesus
than a small
fucking
child,
Christ.
but they're also equipped with things like 360-degree tracking, parental voice mimicking, and storage tanks. Look closer at the wireframes and you see that the storage tank isn't quite empty.
What the fuck is that?
That's a child in there, curled up, hidden in Fredbear's stomach.
Okay, well, I don't know. That
alive,
seems not...
ready to be experimented on. Because Purple Guy is no longer killing to satisfy himself. He's doing it to recover his son, to figure out the secret of fusing souls into animatronics. You heard me. Afton wants to unlock the mystery of giving gifts, giving life. And if that seems like a stretch, just look at the number of sentient, independent, and fully aware robots in Sister Location. You not only have the core set, but there's also the babies and the mini Renas. Tens of sentient animatronics moving against their programming. And unlike past games where we received explanations like anti-criminal systems, dying guys in murder suits, or the products of a nightmare, here they just kinda exist. Why? Well, Baby tells us over and over in the trailer for Sister Location.
I really hate how creepy it is, because it's just, they do so good at making it creepy.
Before the game's release, we had no idea, but now we do know what they've been through. Experiments and controlled shocks. Dozens, and I mean dozens of children captured as the Funtime animatronics executed on the programming that told them to collect. Also, that Afton could learn the secret to reawakening lost souls. As we see in Silver Eyes, he knows it's possible as he's not shocked at all when the animatronics come to life at night. Quote, "They're home with me." Dave's voice was coarse, and the large mascot head slid forward and tilted as he spoke. Their happiest day. All they know is that you're here, trying to take away their happiest day. You are intruders, end quote. And as evidenced by the animatronics crawling throughout Sister Location, he succeeds in his goal. But in doing so, he pays the ultimate price, losing the second of his children, his daughter, when she ignores his warnings to stay away from the robots. A daughter whose soul goes on to possess Baby, as evidenced by the eye color shift from blue in the minigame to green in all the other times that we ever get to see Baby. Now flash forward to the beginning of Sister Location, a place where, as we're told in the trailer, memories sleep, anger is restless, and secrets don't keep. The children's spirits are mad and eager to get out, but how does a ragtag group of sentient robots escape? Even if they made it to the surface, giant endoskeletons roaming around would be like the coming of Terminator 2, and
I mean, okay. He's right about the blue. He seems like he's right about a lot of what's going on for Sister Location. Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay. My roomie literally just messaged me. And she was like, "Are you drinking a White Claw?" And I was like, "How do you know that? You did not see me take one. How did you know that?" But anyways, he seems like he's more right in a lot of the Sister Location stuff, right? I don't... Why were people so upset that he was relying a lot on the books? It seems to be right. That's what I'm thinking. It seems to be like... Scott backed the books. I wouldn't understand why they decided no. I think Matt is just kind of reaching.
Humans don't take kindly
and what?
to
So
that
now
sort of thing.
and what? So now he's probably like happy because apparently people are saying never mind. He is on Scott's post as the books have no relation. Okay, but that's not true then, right? Is what you're saying? Like now, but because then maybe Scott went out there and was like, no, it has like some kind of relation and there's overlap, but it's not the exact full story. Okay.
And so they've been forced to concoct a sneakier plan to escape. They've put together their individual abilities Afton programmed into them, like Freddy's voice mimic and Bellora's misdirection tactics, to create a new entity, the collective consciousness known as Ennard, a tangle of wires and eyeballs that serves as their final
that's
hope. And we
Ennard.
know it's all the animatronics together because it refers to itself as we.
People basically didn't care about... Yeah. People basically didn't care about supplemental material and only wanted stuff on the games. And I genuinely believe it. I also would not want to... If I was like a FNAF person and somebody was like, yeah, there's a bunch of these books. These are real too. You need to do all of that work. I'd be like, nah, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. I'm out.
There is nowhere to go when we look like this.
Oh.
As the teaser said, there was a part of him in every body. After all, throughout the 5 nights, Ennard uses those various skills and pretends in order to gain our trust, using the voice mimic to sound like Baby and be sympathetic, adopting the voice of the little green-eyed girl to make us compelled to move forward and save her. But it's all a trick, and by night 5, they've cleared out all the evidence, killing the other technicians so that no one can speak of the haunted animatronics. But note that those guys haven't been scooped. They've saved that honor specifically for you.
No way!
You, the purple guy. The reason they're stuck there in the first place. Using Baby's voice, they push you into the scooping room, remove your skeleton, and inhabit your body. And as we see in the final scene, their escape is successful. The purple guy, the serial killer father trying to put his son back together.
You're telling me this part is normal?
Successful.
It actually, this thing actually just opened its eyes and it looked like that? Wow. I think out of all things that they've done with these game series, this is the creepiest and most unrealistic.
The purple guy. The serial killer father trying to put his son back together is killed by the exact monsters he first created. But not in an unhappy way. He achieved what he wanted, being reunited with his children. Page 411.
Solid interpretation, but
Quote,
incorrect.
The voice of the rabbit was smooth.
I mean, everything's technically a theory, right? Unless Scott came out and was like, hey, by the way, this is the true, like, story of it. This is what I decided to do, blah, blah, blah. This is a tell-all. I mean, any of these could still be right. Technically. Right? Except for the fact that, except for the ones where he straight up was like, yeah, no, that one's wrong. Like he did with what, FNAF 4?
And rich, almost musical.
Baby says I don't recognize you. Oh, yeah, I guess that's fair. And you know what's funny? What's even funnier is that he mentioned that in the other episode, too, that it's weird that Baby says I don't recognize you.
Through the sockets. We both.
Wait, unless it's like, no, because that has to do with the book more. Never mind. Because it's like, you know, he looks different now. William, if quote unquote William did it, I don't know, then like he looks different now, right?
Both wanted to love, he said in those melodious tones. Your father loved, and now I have loved. End quote. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. Welcome back.
Father, it's me, Michael. I found it. It was right where you said it would be.
Hello?
There's only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
What the fuck is this?
Nope. Nuh-uh, not touching it. No, sorry, Bob. No way. You can mechanically wheeze all you want, Michael Eggs Benedict, Afton,
Oh my
Purple
God.
Guy, Jingleheimer, Schmidt, but I am not spending another 20 minutes.
When you say that stuff gets more cohesive, I'm hoping that what you're saying is that Scott ends up actually answering some of these, right?
It's trying to piece together whether you're Springtrap, whether you're Purple Guy, whether you're a second Purple Guy. And
If Scott, right, so now what my answer is, if Scott doesn't genuinely sit down and answer any of the, like, himself, right? Either that or, like, through the things that he backs, like, obviously the books or Freddy Fazbear Worlds or whatever, right? Because then that's like, oh yeah, Scott is having a hand in it, okay? Unless Scott is genuinely having a hand on some of this other parts, technically, theories could just be theories. I wouldn't completely say that theories have to be wrong. The answers become clear with new games and updates. Okay, so that's basically what Scott's saying. Genuinely. Scott's, like, that's Scott's doing, is my point. Not the fact that he has to do a fucking interview and has to do a tell-all book. All right, but my point is, like, whatever Scott is involved with, if that further disproves previous theories, then it's like, okay, so be it. But if those things don't disprove a theory, then the theory is still valid.
And whether all of this requires yet another rewrite of the timeline, I am not doing it. At least not until the next book comes out in June. Nope, no siree,
Oh my
doggo.
God.
Today, the series that prompted lore-based theories to flood this channel is getting the old school game theory treatment. That's right. Today, I'm tackling the science of Five Nights at Freddy's.
He changed out the audio too? Oh my God.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where today's Freddy theory is gonna be a bit different. No source code deep dives, no rooting around for obscure hidden Easter eggs, only hardcore real-life research.
Well, that sounds
but
fake as
speaking
fuck.
of the source code, something really fascinating is going on right now. Scott Cawthon's two websites are having a conversation. Scott Games is saying things like, you're
what?
crowding us. You can't tell us what to do anymore. We outnumber you. And the FNAF World website is replying with, be quiet. Yes, I can. You will do everything that I tell you to do. Which makes it seem like FNAF 6, Sins of the Father, it's my title, feel free to use it, Scotty C, is gonna be like an all-out animatronic Civil War-style battle.
Dude, it
against the
fucking
OG
sounds like that,
creator,
yeah, what the
William,
hell?
AKA Springtrap Afton. How awesome would that be? Title, gameplay, boom, done. Feel free to use that idea as well. Meanwhile, in other FNAF updates, since a lot of
So which one of you fuckers, all right, I'm wondering if we can skip this one. Oh, wait, this one. I'm wondering which one of the fuckers decided to just check Scott's 2 different websites. Just check their source codes like every day to see if anything changed. All right? Because something fucking happened.
You have been asking me on Twitter about my thoughts on this. The movie got itself canceled and then found itself a new production partner, Blumhouse Productions. The same guys who did Paranormal Activity.
Genuinely enjoy Blumhouse. Don't watch like any of their movies, but I genuinely like them.
Oculus, The Purge, Get Out. Honestly,
That's a lie. I watched Get Out.
I think it's great news. Blumhouse has made a name for themselves by doing awesome movies on really teeny tiny budgets.
True.
And FNAF as an indie franchise needs that cheaply made
Hardcore
indie vibe
FNAF
to really make
fans
it
would
scary.
always look. That's what
It
I'm
doesn't
saying.
need a
Like
big
in the
studio
morning, there's real FNAF fans that straight up just in the morning check the fucking source code. Like the part of their like morning routine, right?
Warner Brothers, where it used to be, going in and meddling and trying to make it more family-friendly so they can go in and sell more FNAF toys and it becomes the next Minions or something.
Not
Low budget
impossible,
is the way to go
literally.
because it forces you to get creative. So this news actively made me excited for the movie. A video game movie based on FNAF. Seriously, all the subs to film theorists better get themselves ready for a heap and helping a Freddy when that movie rolls around. Anyway,
This video was 6 years ago. It took 6 years for this.
enough updates. I think that covers all the FNAF related
I'm just
things
happy
you
that
guys have
people
been
are
asking me
still
about on
enjoying
Twitter,
it and
on
are
the
excited
episode.
about it.
This week, I'm covering a topic I've wanted to do since the release of FNAF 4 back in 2015 and never had the opportunity to because I was always so busy trying to piece together the damn lore. And that is, can an animatronic actually kill you? Since, you know, this series has a lot of animatronics.
What do you
and
mean?
a whole lot of death at the hands of animatronics. But more specifically, I want to focus on the bite. You know the one I'm talking about. Whether or not you believe this moment to be the bite of 83 or the bite of 87, whether or not the date really even matters anymore, one thing is clear. This is the moment that set in motion everything else in these games. Based on the evidence coming from 6 games and the Silverized book, William
I wanna
Afton,
know what he's
creator of
trying
the
to do, though.
animatronics,
Hold on.
suffers this tragedy where his son's head gets crushed in a childhood bullying incident. A few days later, the son dies of his wounds in his hospital bed, setting in motion Afton's quest to, quote, put him back together. Cut to scoopings, sister locations, a dead daughter, and more missing children than you can shake a basket of exotic butters at, and all because of this one moment. The bite is treated as a freak accident, something that couldn't have been helped. The horrific ending of an innocent childhood prank gone wrong. A series filled with haunted puppets and reincarnated skin suits starts with this. Just a random tragic incident that nobody could have stopped. A simple mechanical failure. Remember, this is before any of the suits are haunted. It's still just a regular old animatronic. But is that really true? Does a regular old animatronic actually have the ability to crush a child's skull? Or is there something a bit more sinister going on here? Let me just say this. I will never look at my last sister location theories the same way again.
This is my favorite thing of all time. We literally just watched like 3 fucking episodes of sister location theories, and he straight up said, you know what? Scrap that.
And it's all thanks to the results of this episode's research. To begin to piece together the real danger these Disney rejects pose, we need to understand what makes them so dangerous in the first place. Sure, it might be easy to assume that Golden Fredbear and Golden Bonnie here are so deadly because they're spring-lock suits.
Yes.
But as we hear about in FNAF 3's phone calls, the locks are only used to hold back the sharp, pointy innards so they could be worn in suit mode.
To change the animatronics to suit mode, insert and turn firmly the hand crank provided by the manufacturer. Turning the crank will recoil and compress the animatronic parts around the sides of the suit, providing room to climb inside. Please make sure the spring locks are fastened tight to ensure the animatronic devices remain fixed.
It's also something that we witness up close and personal during Night 4 of FNAF's sister location. The spring locks hold back the robotic innards, and them unsnapping and releasing the mechanism is what makes them so deadly. But during FNAF 4's bite, Golden Freddy is already in robot mode. There would be no spring locks activated. They would not.
Didn't you say it was because the kid was like crying and the moisture in the air or whatever?
To put it simply, the robot is operating like any normal animatronic would be, meaning that the danger is coming not from some weird, unique detail of FNAF-verse-style robots, but rather from the same mechanisms that exist in any animatronic, be it in a fictional pizzeria to the creepy remnants of Big Bear Jamboree heads looking down at you from the Winnie the Pooh ride in Disneyland. Go ahead, look it up. There's some nightmare fuel for you. Or better yet, if you're at Disneyland leaving the Heffalump and Woozle section of the ride, look behind you and look up.
It's okay. I've seen them.
For a surprise. Anyway, all things considered, to truly unwrap this theory, we need to know how normal animatronics actually work. Enter a man named...
This part right here, this specific episode, like now they're thinking about like the animatronics, and obviously it means absolutely nothing because you guys said it was okay to just skip this one. You know what? I respect the hustle. I do. Just we have to accept that he just wanted the extra money for it. And you know what? I respect it. There's nothing wrong with it. Same. I would. Fuck it. Okay? But I also agree that this is definitely a cash grab.
Vern Grainer, an engineer who used to build robots for Chuck E. Cheese. Turns out, how these things are built is actually a closely guarded trade secret, because I can pronounce my awas. But in an article he did for Nuts and Bolts magazine back in 2009, he confirmed that almost every entertainment robot on the planet is built from one
From Hoo-Ha's too?
core technology, pneumatic actuators. What are those? Well, yo, listen up then. Ya homies know that when all the sickest ballers want to pimp out their bangin' rides, yo, they install hydraulic lifts in their undercarriage, like Ramon from the Cars movie. Well, where hydraulics use oil and fluid dynamics.
Okay, obviously, that was a full episode of I Want to Do a Cash Grab, more of FNAF stuff, okay? Again, there's nothing wrong with it. I totally respect it. Get that bag. But we have to accept that that is definitely a fucking cash grab.
I am Springtrap.
Where is he getting
A horde
these
of the balloon
things?
boys emerged from the cave, shaking back and forth on unsteady feet. Their pointed
the
teeth
animation.
chattering loudly as they wobbled forward with staring
Balloon
eyes.
boys?
Not again! I hate these things, Jessica cried. You and me both,
Excuse me.
sister. You and me both. Up top. Can't high-five me up top because you're a fictional character. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where...
Whoa!
Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. FNAF
Finally!
6 is canceled.
Yay!
Looks like I had more staying power than you, Scotty C.
Oh my
Let's be honest,
God!
though, it's gonna be more delayed than canceled, really. And there's still the movie, the merch, a second book just released, a third book coming soon, and a fourth one on the way. So just like the animatronics, the series itself keeps getting reborn in
Cancel
new
the
forms with
game!
increasingly absurd names. Withered Freddy, Nightmare Chica, Not So Fun Time Franchise. Speaking of ridiculous new names for the same old cast animals, let's talk about the latest addition to the roster, the Twisted Animatronics. Stars of the new FNAF book that came out at the end of June. Now, I'm gonna be honest, this book was definitely a step up from the first.
Lily, you
It
played
had
FNAF
200
6?
less pages.
Oh, FNAF 6? The little pizza sim?
Oh, sick bird, y'all! You need a calendar,
Wait, but that was
man.
just
I mean, don't
cute.
take that as too high of a compliment.
People actually really consider that FNAF 6? Wasn't that just kind of cute? It's like FNAF 5.5, I would say, right?
200 pages, you still had a college robotics major going to the scene of a murder and then touching the victim, getting blood all up on her hands. And
smart.
No one on the police force even batting an eye over the blatant crime scene tampering that was happening. Then there's the fact that in the book, multiple balloon boys, including...
Okay, if it's actually FNAF 6, so like it actually changes and messes with, you know, the lore or whatever.
BBJJ,
Or does it like it has the animatronics back? It does? It does. Okay. Then yes, it's FNAF 6.
other ridiculous combination of letters you can come up with are canon too. But you know what? I still gotta appreciate lines like page 183. You never know when a corpse may wander out of the shadows wearing a rabbit suit. Even the books have become
That's
self-aware
funny.
of their own absurdity at this point. Now, at this point, Scott has made it clear that the books and the games are separate canons. And while that may be true, both are still shambling their way out of Scott's mind brain.
Right.
We all know that Scott leaves plenty of holes in his stories. Details or events that are left purposefully vague so that we can theorize to fill in those gaps. But
which is actually brilliant as like a marketing perspective.
interesting is that he leaves different holes in each series. And by looking at the two series in tandem, those holes start to fill themselves in with events from the sister series. The sister location.
Sister location.
No, just no. Anyway, reading Twisted
Boo!
Ones was like
I want more
reading the
Sister
crib notes
Location.
for Sister Location, because a lot, and I mean a lot of that game's weirdness became more and more clear as I turned more and more pages. So FNAF 6 may be dead, but we're gonna go back to beat the dead horse animatronic that is Sister Location. Can we name it Horsey? Horsey, the dead horse animatronic, and we just beat it every time we do an episode about one of these games? Great. Dead horse animatronic, Horsey.
Matt, let's not pretend that this is quote unquote beating a dead horse and you're just, oh darn, I have to do another, FNAF theory fucking episode that makes me millions of dollars, okay? Shut the fuck up and just do the damn thing!
One final time, because thanks to the Twisted Ones, we have all the information we need to help that game make just a little bit more sense. First, how do we know that this book is anywhere close to related to Sister Location? Well, it's easy. The answer's in the title, The Twisted Ones. The recurring threat in the book are these so-called twisted animatronics. But even though we're supposed to think that this is a new breed of killer robot, they're not. Not at all, in fact. We've seen them before in Sister Location. Check out this description and let me know if it sounds familiar. Page 90. The creature had no fur and its face was smooth. It had a short muzzle and oval ears sticking out from the sides of its head. It had the general appearance of an animal's head, though much larger than the animatronic animals from Freddy's. Running down the center of its face was a long, straight split, exposing wires and a line of metal frame. A thick plastic material was stuck to the face in large patches. So the twisted animatronics have a plastic-like covering and a face that splits
yeah,
open. It
definitely
certainly sounds
right.
like the aesthetic
Definitely.
of the Funtime animatronics, but it doesn't stop there. These guys were built to be big because their mission is to capture children, like Pokeballs, out for revenge. Page 140.
Wait,
Freddy-
so the blueprint straight, like the kid inside of Freddy is real, right?
His face slid across the bed like a python. His head lost its shape
Damn,
as it
so
folded outward,
is
taking
Freddy the
hold of
only
her
one that
feet
has
and
a kid in
beginning
his
to
body?
swallow, moving slowly upward as she fought not to scream or fight, and beginning to bed like a python. His head lost its shape as it folded outward,
Oh my
taking
God.
hold of her feet and beginning to swallow, moving
Ow.
slowly upward as she fought not to scream or fight. His cheeks and chin dislocating further. It no longer resembled a living thing. Before she could struggle further, her arms were pinned to her side, trapped inside the thing. Only her head remained free. She gasped for a last breath, then was violently scooped up, consumed by the creature. She done got scooped. Then, a few pages later, she was inside a cavity made for a human being, but the suit was moving with complete autonomy. In case you've forgotten, this is exactly what we see in Sister Location's
Wait, so is this a completely different character? This is just a book character. The book character not having to do with the... What is it? The game characters, right? This is just some other random girl that's getting scooped up, but it's just because... Right? Am I assuming that right? Okay.
hidden animatronic blueprints, oversized robots with special containment features to lure in and trap small children. Even the description for how people get scooped into the animatronics is reminiscent of Sister Location's horrific ice cream minigame with Baby. Page 92. The animatronic's arms lifted and its chest opened like an iron gate. Its metal pieces slid out of place to reveal a dark, gaping pit where sharp spikes and spring locks were just barely visible. It was a trap, waiting to be triggered. She beat against its bent and damaged arm, but the other arm steadily forced her closer to the chest cavity. So why does any of this, and the Twisted Ones as a whole book, matter in the context of the FNAF games? Well, in the opening sequence of Sister Location, we hear that the Funtime animatronics were built by William Afton.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
A guy who...
Where's that voice from? An animatronic or a xenomorph?
to that point in the series had
The
only
game?
been named
Oh,
in
okay.
the first book.
Which
Silver
game?
Eyes. By the end of the book, we learned that William is Purple Guy, the killer who kidnaps kids while wearing a golden Bonnie suit. But Silver Eyes also introduced us to other important characters for the FNAF series as a whole, including Henry.
So it obviously is like Sister Location gives a crazy amount of fucking lore. In a way.
Last name given. William's partner and the more
I guess we're speedrunning around lore since the movie trailer came out. Okay, so I want you to know that me choosing today was due to the movie trailer the teaser trailer coming out. But I did have a FNAF day that we spun into from the gacha wheel. That's hello, Ajon, nice to see you, sweetheart. Mwah. But yeah, so it's like I had to do it either way. It just so happens as the teaser trailer came out, and I was like, okay, I should probably do it sooner rather than later.
The animatronics. So after reading Silver Eyes, we were left with William, the business guy who doesn't create robots but does kill children, and Henry, the creator who does create robots but doesn't kill children. Got all that? Good. Now, in my FNAF 5 decoded...
Wait, okay, hold on. It does make sense that William could be, right? Like that could be William's house and blah, 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 blah. Oh, I don't know. Actually, no, wait. It's confusing. William could be coming back into the sister location, as he mentioned before, because obviously, like, when Baby said, I don't recognize you, you're new, like, I don't know, he didn't create Baby, but then again, shit, I mean, I don't know, it's confusing.
Video, I drew parallels between
I think this is Henry, right? It isn't William, we'll get there. Okay, but I'm just trying to see, like, I feel, okay, it's probably Henry then, but I don't know. Maybe it's somebody else? William came in there? I don't know.
And a mysterious figure that we saw during a secret cutscene of FNAF World, both of whom create animatronics and commit suicide. Long story short, in the game, he ends his own life because he created Baby, a robot that he's ashamed of. In the book, why Henry kills himself is still a big part of the mystery. Now, if you want more information about the parallels between these two characters, click the eye icon in the upper right-hand corner of the screen because I go more in-depth there.
I'm just
after
kidding.
That video, it seemed like a lock. We finally had some solid leads as to who these key players in the games were, and
I'm glad I'm here for it. I'm glad you're here for it. Are you a FNAF fan?
Cinematic from Sister Location played the first time we all booted up the game. Afton acknowledged that he was the one who created the new robots. And everyone, including myself, was like, well, there went that theory. Afton was supposed to be the all booted up the game. Afton acknowledged that he was the one who created the new robots. And everyone, including myself, was like, well, there went that theory. Afton was supposed to be the business guy, not the creator. So if he's the one who builds animatronics in the game, then Henry must not exist in this universe.
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Story to keep me off the scent once again. Except not. The theory was right the first time. The Twisted Ones book confirms that both Henry and William Afton create animatronics, with the originals being built by Henry and the Twisted Funtime style animatronics being Afton's. On page 92 of the Twisted Ones, we see the main character Charlie, daughter of Henry, talking about one of these new animatronics. Whoa, the hardware, the joints, it's older technology. Maybe he made them earlier? I don't know.
So Charlie, who also gets fucking eaten, is supposed to be Henry's daughter? Inside the book? But then Charlie also gets eaten by one of these bitches, right?
Recognize some of this as my dad's work, but then a lot of it's foreign to me. Someone else may have had a hand in it. I'm not sure if my dad made it or not, but I have a feeling he's the one who buried it. Oh yeah, by the way, in the book, the twisted animatronics bury themselves during the day and come out at night to nab people. Animatronic zombies.
Yeah!
Why not? It is probably one of the things that makes more sense in the book, honestly. Anyway, it's continually hinted at throughout the book that these animatronics weren't built by Henry. My father wouldn't have used this. He always put stops so that the joints couldn't do things humans can't do. Then again, on page 113, the bear was frightening, misshapen, an imitation of Freddy created by someone else. It was a strange variation, into which her father had never breathed life, but William Afton, Dave, did. And then finally, William, Dave, maybe Purple Guy, Springtrap Afton confirms it on page 186.
Did you think my robots would be as poorly designed as your father's?
So there you go.
Damn.
The original theory still stands. Henry and William can both be active players in the game universe because both build animatronics. And if you need even more evidence, then think about it this way. At the end of FNAF World, Henry admits that he created Baby, and then he kills himself, ashamed of his creation. At the beginning of Sister Location, we see that Afton is still alive, he's claiming creation rights, and he's obviously proud of his new robots. Then, at the end of the game, his son Michael Afton says that he's gonna come find his father.
Father, it's me, Michael. I'm going to come find you.
Thus, William is still alive, Henry is dead, but both must be a part of these games. And that's an important detail to solidify because the book also confirms something that FNAF theorists had been speculating
what's up,
about
Galloway?
since the release of Sister Location. One of the weirdest details from that game was hidden in Funtime Freddy's room, where a map of FNAF 4's house was above and directly connected to the map of the Sister
Okay,
Location
right.
facility. It was also something that was hinted at throughout the Silver Eyes novel. Again, something that I covered in a previous theory, linked via those iCards in the upper right-hand corner. But Twisted Ones not only confirms this underground bunker for Sister Location exists, it also confirms whose house it's built.
How did they make this, Axel? Can we make this? Can we do this?
Under Henry's. In the novel, we see the twisted animatronics capture
Henry's
the
house?
underground
Is
bunker
it?
for Sister Location exists. It also confirms whose
You looked
house
away?
it's built under.
The little eyes
Henry's.
right here.
In the novel, we see the twisted animatronics capture the main character Charlie, again, Henry's daughter, and drop her off in some remixed version of the FNAF 2 pizzeria. I say remixed because, like a lot of this book, it's a weird hybridization of the things that happen in the games and other stuff. It's got the carousel and balloon boys from the FNAF 2 location, but then there's a cave and a waterfall for some reason. Because why not? FNAF 7, Under the Sea! Charlie
cute.
and her boyfriend John, who admittedly has to be the most patient and loving boyfriend in the history of the universe. Like, Charlie shows him no sense of affection, and he is there just like a sad puppy dog. It is tragic. Anyway, those two go to visit Charlie's childhood home, which has been destroyed by a storm. And what they find is that the storm has broken down a wall to reveal a new room. A secret room hidden in their house that Charlie had never known about. Whoa, that's not even part of the house. I've never seen this room before. The walls were made of dark concrete, and the room was small and windowless. A box jammed into the house and sealed away beneath the rooms. Whatever's out there killing people came from there. When the storm broke the wall, a section of the house was sealed until the storm broke through. But what's really important here is what's revealed when Charlie and the gang escape from that underground pizzeria I mentioned. On page 194, we're out! We're okay! Don't you see where we are? She whispered. Slowly she walked the length of the room, gesturing to the 4 enormous pits in the floor, one of which contained a headless, half-buried robot. John, this is my dad's house. It's the room we found. They escaped upward out of the underground pizzeria and wound up in Henry's house. So slowly the pieces start to fit together. Henry and the...
I thought they went to the house, okay? And that's... Right? Like, I thought they went to the house. So why are you surprised that you came out from under that and it's still the house? That's later? So what? So they went to the house, they left, they went to the underground pizzeria, and then came back up and it's the house again? Yes, we're doing FNAF. It's an all FNAF lore day. So we were doing FNAF earlier too, Bacardi. I see.
Buries and tries to seal off the twisted animatronics and then commits suicide out of guilt for helping William to build these things in the first place, just like we see him do in FNAF World. And just like we see the underground bunker underneath a normal everyday home in Sister Location. And I'm just getting started, because while all this other information is certainly interesting, Twisted Ones exposed a detail from Sister Location so tiny and so minute that we all overlooked it in our excitement over decoding underground storage facilities and tracking animatronic eye color. And yet, much like that infamous Chica Beak clue from FNAF 2 and 4, this small detail is so monumentally earth-shattering to the franchise as we know it that I can't not talk about it here. On Sister Location's Night 3, Michael Afton's big task is to remove a power module from Funtime Freddy. After following the narrator's instructions on which buttons to press...
So Sister Location, they specifically call Michael Afton. They specifically have us as Michael Afton?
And what order to press them in, Freddy's chest pops open and the power module reveals itself. And it's this. little blinking black dot. Oddly.
Yeah, he did. He literally just said, because he didn't say that this entire time. He literally was just like, oh, and then at the end, Michael says he's looking for his dad. I didn't know that we, quote unquote, are Michael.
Not talk about it here. On Sister Locations Night 3, Michael Afton's big task is to remove a power module from Funtime Freddy. After following the narrator's instructions on which buttons to press and what order to press.
Right? Earlier in this episode, he specifically was like, oh, you know, he mentioned something about at the end of the game, Michael, like, you know, says, I'm looking for you, Dad, blah, 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 some shit like that. I don't know. But I didn't know it. Like, I guess he put 2 and 2 together and he didn't mention it in here.
Press him in, Freddy's chest pops open and the power module reveals itself. And it's this little blinking black dot, oddly unconnected to literally anything else in the animatronic.
How is that a blinking black dot? That's a blinking red dot!
And in a pretty unusual place, just kind of stuck on, slightly off.
This is what happens when you do too much of these theory videos, right? Obviously, you start getting confused about what you have or have not spoken about.
Off to the side. I remember thinking at the time that this was an odd design choice for something that was supposedly powering the whole animatronic, but meh, how would I know? No one, and I mean no one, called this thing out, considering Night 3 in general was just kind of forgettable, overshadowed by the misery that was the Spring Lock challenge on Night 4 and the fascinating map Easter eggs hidden on Night 2. But of course, this is FNAF. And no detail is too small in this series, and Twisted Ones blew the lid off this disc's true purpose. Its little mystery being so important that it's the reason they're called the Twisted Ones in the first place. Stick with me now, because I'm not making any of this up. That little device from Sister Location is actually a mind control disc. Pause for all the stunned gasps and requisite eye rolls. I don't blame either.
I wonder who did the requisite eye roll. I wonder.
Of those reactions, let me explain. Throughout the book, anytime the twisted animatronics show up, people start to feel weird side effects. Page 91 and 92. As her hand touched the creature, a wave of nausea hit her, but it lasted only a split second. Something else about it had transformed at the same time. Its artificial skin took on a luminescence, and its movements were fluid and sure. Its casing suddenly appeared to have skin and fur, though they were blurry, flickering like a trick of the light. Now, after destroying one of these twisted animatronics, Charlie and Boy Toy John discover a weird object embedded in the machine. Quote, it was a flat disc, about the size of a $50 coin. She held it up to her ear. Wow, that's really high-pitched. I can barely hear it. The sound is why you feel sick. It emits some kind of signal. It changes what those things look like. It changes our perception of what they look like, Charlie corrected. Freddy's image flickered like static on a television screen. The color faded from his fur, then everything that made him Freddy winked out, leaving only a smooth plastic figure in his place. It looked like the rest of the animals in the room, a blank mannequin stripped of its characteristics. These aren't made out of fur and fabric. They're made by us, by twisting our minds. You shot the chip, you killed the illusion. Twisting our minds, you say. Roll credits!
Bruce Willis as Freddy? James McAvoy?
Credits!
That's funny. Charles Peckham Day, Kit Harington, David Tennant, Benedict Cumberbatch, Samuel L. Jackson, non-existent. Ness? That's kind of funny. This is kind of funny. Okay. I guess. I don't understand, at this point right now, I don't understand why this has anything to do with anything. I'm like, okay, cool, our illusion. Well, awesome.
Oculus is a small disc that emits sounds that gets your brain to change the way it perceives the world around you sounds. It's actually kinda based in scientific fact. The brain is constantly having to process tons of information, so it is always looking for shortcuts. For instance, if I show you this text, you're probably going to be able to read it really quickly, right? It's because the brain isn't reading text by individual letters, but rather by the context of the other words around it, the way it expects the sentence to go, and making guesses off the most frequent short words that it sees on a day-to-day basis. The same is generally true in visual perception. Without going into detail here, it's how optical illusions work, and there's been plenty of research on how the brain fills in visual gaps that it experiences.
I'm gonna get fucking sick, Jesus.
Shooting out sounds that distract you, and thus cause cause your perception of reality to change to stuff that you're actually more familiar with isn't as far-fetched as it might seem. At least, not as far-fetched as robots haunted by dead children getting into an all-out rumble against other animatronics built to vor unsuspecting victims, which is literally a thing that happens in the climax of this book. Not to spoil it or anything. And of course, it probably goes without saying, but these little mind-controlled discs were created by none other than dear old dad, William Afton, page 99. There was writing along one edge. She had to bring the piece of plastic close to her face to make the letters out. They were tiny and written in an old-fashioned flowing script. They read, Afton Robotics, LLC. Charlie dropped the disc immediately. Afton? William Afton. That's my father's old partner. That's Dave's real name, John finished. I thought he was just a business partner for Freddy's, she said slowly. I guess he did a bit more than that. So why and how does this matter in the context of the game?
Thank you.
I actually think it has the potential to explain
The
a lot.
potential.
First,
The potential. I love that. I love that. How does this actually fit in the games? Well, technically it doesn't, but it could. You son of a bitch, Matt. Shut the fuck up.
from the book. So the animatronics aren't changing shape, we're just being distracted. What's the purpose of that, though? To earn our trust, to look more friendly, to look more real, to lure kids closer. And that's something we definitely see at play throughout Sister Location. It was even in the hidden animatronic blueprints that we discovered. Weird technology put in place to lure and trap kids.
Oh,
now, this is speculation, but remember Sister
okay.
Location?
Red. That's a good one. I think the only thing that this could relate to is a nightmare animatronics. Understandable. That genuinely, I'm like, okay, I get that. I get that. That's a good one. Potential is important. Only theorists care about that. I'm not a theorist, right? You gotta admit, you're a theorist. And that's why you care about the potential. What I'm here for is what I'm being taught or told or shown or done. It's like, I have the potential to be a Michelin star chef. Am I? But I have the potential.
Secret control room that allowed us to observe the crying child's bedroom,
Theory.
as well as other key locations from FNAF 4. On the map, they were labeled as observation rooms. Could that be what William was observing? The effects of his mind-twisting discs on children. Could FNAF 4 not have been a dream, a nightmare, a hospital hallucination, whatever, but rather the twisted dreams generated by these distractions?
Honestly, I believe that. Yeah, just like you were saying, Red, for sure.
I actively avoided throughout all my theories on this series. The Phantom animatronics from FNAF 3. Remember way back to FNAF 3 when this was supposed to be the final boss battle?
Way back. This is really awkward for me because I literally just watched you talk about FNAF 3 like a couple hours ago.
There was only one real animatronic out to get you, Springtrap. All the other main jump scares were hallucinations in a building that had a high-pitched whining noise the whole time.
Really?
And especially when it came to the
I thought that was just camera noise. Can't I just, you guys hear, the other games, you hear fan noise the entire time, right?
But attacking you. And pitched whining noise the whole time.
Okay, so it is just the camera. All right. I was like, I'm pretty sure. Wait. So why the fuck did the way Springtrap come up actually not seem as scary? It just seems kind of like, yo, what's up, dude? Oh, my bad. Did I scare you?
Boss battle. There was only one real animatronic out to get you, Springtrap. All the other
He's like, oh, hey, what's up, dude?
Jump scares were hallucinations.
Oh, so that was the jump scare, and it would freaking flashbang you, and it was a hallucination.
A building that had a high-pitched whining noise the whole time.
No, it didn't, Matt.
And especially when it came to the puppet attacking you.
Okay, that's a pretty high-pitched whining noise, but I have no idea why. What is that?
These hallucinations are happening around a time when there's high-pitched noises around, like these discs emanate. And notice that the ventilation in the game would only tend to drop after you had been scared, not before. It's as though these hallucinations aren't coming from a lack of oxygen,
okay, that freaked me out.
Says, but rather from some other source. A disc specifically designed to manipulate your mind and bring forward all the horrific memories that you have buried in it. And regardless of whether you think Springtrap is Michael Afton or William Afton, which is honestly a theory for a whole nother day, one thing you can't deny is that these discs, Springtrap, and the Afton family are all connected, meaning that their use in a game where you're coming into direct contact.
Brittany, what does that say?
Afton family.
Brittany Pringle? Is that what that says? Brittany Pringle?
One thing you can't deny is that these discs, Springtrap and the Afton family are all...
Hey, Brittany Pringle, is this Brittany Pringle's, like, fan imagining of what William Afton looks like? Because I want to ask why she made him hot. Or why they made him hot.
all connected, meaning that their use in a game where you're coming into
What?
direct contact with a giant golden bunny definitely makes
They're
a
the
whole
ones
lot
that
of
did
sense.
it, not
Could
me.
they also be the explanation for the other random Easter eggs we've seen
He
throughout
was a
the
Tumblr
series?
sexy
The
man?
lull
Everybody's a
mask, and the
Tumblr sexy
mini
man,
Rena's
alright?
random appearances in the control room of Sister Location. The Phantom Freddy and Phantom Bonnie from FNAF 2. I mean, the FNAF 2 location does make an appearance of sorts in the book, with the discs hidden in the lights of the building. Maybe
What?
even the hallucinations of It's Me way back in FNAF 1. The ramification of discs like this changes everything.
This gives me these, like, you know, what is this called? These illusion discs give me the same kind of cop-out as everything was a dream. It gives me the same kind of cop-out, which is, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's just like, everything is an illusion. Everything's a dream. Everything's an illusion. I'm just saying.
And we physically see them
Which is
present
fine.
in
It's
Sister
fine.
Location. So
I'm just
even
saying,
if
it gives
Scott
me the
is
same
third in
feeling.
franchise, that doesn't mean it has to end without the answers that we've all been waiting for. You know what? I'm here for you to try and put together this mess of a puzzle as a community of theorists. There's still plenty more to speculate about as the
theorists.
Twisted Ones opens the door to even more interesting and even more absurd ways of maiming and murdering children with Chuck E. Cheese-style robotics. And I haven't even gotten to how I think the main character of the book series is probably a robot. But again, those are all theories for other days. In
The main character of the book series, but aren't the two different books so far two different people? Right? Because the second book is more supposed to be about Charlie, and I think the first one was it also about is it about Charlie? I don't know. Then you would have to assume that Charlie is actually an animatronic. Charlie is in both, but is Charlie the main character of both? Make a science out of haunted animatronics? Yes, I can see how fun it is to do this. But yeah, I'm definitely also the kind of person that's like, ooh, haunted animatronics. That was good enough. You know what I mean?
the meantime, remember that's just a theory.
A game theory.
Thanks
Ba,
for
ba, ba,
watching.
ba, ba,
You know, at this
ba,
point,
ba, 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 ba.
With enough belief, you could even cheat death itself. Cheat death itself. Cheat death itself. Death itself. Cheat death itself.
you know,
FNAF. This one is called FNAF, The Final Theory, Five Nights at Freddy's, Part 1. This is number 14 in a 57 episode series.
oh, it really is uncanny how these two games overlap.
What the hell? The two games? Is that not?
You know, it really is uncanny how these two games overlap.
That's Poppy's playtime. Poppy's whatever, right? That's Poppy's? Bendy and the Ink Machine. Is that not the same thing as Poppy? So there's Bendy, there's Freddy, and then there's Poppy then. Which are these giant, all of them are these, what, I assume things that are supposed to be childlike and fun that end up being horror, right? Wow. Dude, we really hate children out here. Huh? Hey, fuck them kids. For real. Fuck them kids.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to the 200th episode of Game.
That's why. Okay. I was like, is there anything even really new? FNAF, The Final Theory? That's why. I totally understand it. Congratulations, Matt. You created FNAF, The Final Theory, which is a whole other, like, you know, what is that called? When you, like, put a title on a YouTube video that's supposed to bring everybody clickbaity. That's already a very clickbaity title. And it's your 200th episode. And it's Five Nights at Freddy's. Wow. You made money. I wish I was you. Damn, bro.
theory. I mean, technically it's the 201st and a half episode because we had a mini theory way back on the channel a long time ago that's now privated because of reasons. And then technically the Bendy episode last week was the 200th episode, but I thought this felt more appropriate because it's solving FNAF with one final mega theory. So
amazing.
The 200th episode.
I expect this episode specifically, okay, buddy, to go back all the way from the beginning, redo the timeline, and tell me the full story if you're gonna fucking talk about it like that, bitch. Okay, go.
Of Game Theory, proud members of the Pink Guy Truthers Club. Now, for those of you who don't know, one of the longest held debates in FNAF theorydom is whether this murderer watching children die is the same as this murderer watching children die. Because of their different colors, they became dubbed Purple Guy and Pink Guy.
Oh my
the
god,
two
are you
most
serious?
threatening colors. Taste the rainbow, slaughter the rainbow. Anyway, since FNAF 2...
You saying Matt can't escape from FNAF is like, I get it, but it's incredibly not true. Because my definitely proven theory is Matt wants to stay in FNAF. It's like when you ask, like, yes, I cannot escape from the Christian. It's unfortunate. But any single time Christian comes out with anything, the first person that people think of, if they're in my community, is me. Hi, Doubles. Hi. I cannot escape from the Christian. It's part of it now. But is it now part of... No, don't say it like that. That sucks. But am I now, like, seeing the cool potential of it? Yes.
I have been opposed to this theory, and I can now confirm it is dead. Like a child wanting opposed to this theory, and I can now confirm it is dead. Like a child wanting a mediocre slice of overpriced pizza dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. One look at Scott's new strategy guide for the series, The Freddy Files, confirms it. Page 4.
What? Scott made a strategy guide? Hey, somebody look in the strategy guide and tell me, how do you go fast enough to close the door from Foxy?
48 when describing the Foxy Go 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 minigame from FNAF 2, quote,
I want to stop, but I can't. Because it makes me too much money. You know, like I said, I respect it, Matt. I do.
Purple Guy is visible in the lower left corner of the room. There it is, clear as crystal. Purple Guy in the corner. Now comes the super awkward question that I never thought I'd have to answer. Which Purple Guy? Because there's two now, and if you didn't know that, strap in.
What are you saying?
Episode. FNAF as a franchise has always been defined by questions. What was the missing children's incident? Who is Purple Guy? What's the deal with Balloon Boy? Seriously, what is the deal with Balloon Boy? But by FNAF...
He hasn't even actually, like, recognized that Balloon Boy is a thing. Or a person. Or whatever. Does Balloon Boy come out and scare us at some point? Because they don't conclude him as an animatronic. I know that Balloon Boy exists. Oh, you're saying that's it. The Balloon Boy just exists. It doesn't scare us. It's not an animatronic. It's just there. Only in FNAF 3, but that's it? That he's there? How is he annoying? What does he do? How is he annoying? Or does he only scare in FNAF 3? Oh, he jump scares. So if he jump scares in FNAF 3, why weren't people like, oh, there's a new Balloon Boy character that jump scares you now? Like, why didn't they, like, consider Balloon Boy to be a bigger deal or a bigger thing? In FNAF 2, he makes it so you can't... Right, like, why haven't people actually sat down and been like, who's this Balloon Boy? Why is he here? Like, that, he does stuff, right? So it's like, what the fuck?
Or the games had just become a mire of unanswered questions where it was becoming harder.
Hey, Balloon Boy, like, give respect. What is that thing? Shit. I'm trying to look for the word. That one word that, you know, like, pay attention to Balloon Boy. I don't know. He's got no lore, I think. What do you mean? Okay, justice. Thank you, Axel. Justice for Balloon Boy, dude. All right? We want justice for Balloon Boy on this channel right now. He's got no lore, and it's like, but why not, right? Like, none of these actual animatronics in FNAF 1 or, you know, like, had lore. People just gave them the fucking lore. It was just like, oh, there's no newspaper clippings. scary haunted animatronics. And then people like shout out lore and was like, this is my theory. Okay? How about we just shit out some Balloon Boy lore and theory? Hello? Why can't we just do that? No, but he's not just simply there, right? Because you guys said it in FNAF 2. He makes it so you can't use the flashlight and then you die, right? So he does something. And in FNAF 3, okay, he jump scares. So he's part of it. Justice for Balloon Boy, dude. No newspaper clippings for Balloon Boy? Oh, what? So there's newspaper clippings for every single one of these fucking things? I don't understand. I don't understand.
Harder to tell the difference between a withered.
How do we not know that Balloon Boy isn't fucking John, all right? From the books. Ridiculous. Justice for Balloon Boy. Wrong,
Freddy,
wrong.
A Phantom Freddy and a Nightmare Freddy, let alone a Golden Freddy versus a Golden.
How do we not know that Balloon Boy isn't any of the previous fucking custodian, like night guards? Huh? There's nothing that says it's not that. This is so FNAF of them. Justice for Balloon Boy. You guys will pull anything out of your fucking theory asses, okay? And then, like, rewrite your theories, and then rewrite your theories. But you guys can't give Balloon Boy a name? You call him Balloon Boy? You guys couldn't have just pulled out the name fucking Robert out of your fucking vagina? Jesus.
Golden Fredbear. We had Fazbear Frights, Fazbear Pizzas, Fazbear Entertainment, Fredbear Diners, Fredbear and Friends.
Remember all the other things you guys thought was, that people thought was irrelevant? Like FNAF Sister Location and how Night 3, okay, had these like random discs, right? Like we thought it was nothing, okay? We thought it was nothing. And then now Matt is saying, holy shit, this could have been the actual thing all along, is that they're trying to mind control these children, which is its own kind of fun cop-out. And you guys couldn't have just pissed out Balloon Boy's name? Jesus.
Children, crying children, and bites from pretty much every decade. Then came Sister Location, where between the butter and bongos, theorists, myself included, struggled to try and fit together a story told by animatronics that lie, hand units that lie, and
okay, if you struggle to put it together, but you still put it together, you could do something for Balloon Boy. Give him a fucking cake, for God's sake. He has a balloon. Half of these games have happy birthday banners everywhere.
animatronics that fuse with other animatronics, and animatronics that fuse together with humans, who then become purple and immortal. Needless to say, it was a lot. For me, what had become the scariest part of FNAF wasn't the jump scares, it was the lore. So you can understand—
What's my theory for Balloon Boy? My theory for Balloon Boy all this time, okay? We're gonna create like 4 theories of Balloon Boy right now, and then the next time, if we do have a next time to watch more FNAF lore, I'm going to rewrite those theories, and we're going to cut them and chop them up, and we're going to release them every 2 months on YouTube so people in the comments can eat up at it, and MatPat can be like, you're wrong, and I'll be like, well, look at this whole year of you being wrong, bitch. Anyways, my first theory of Balloon Boy, I just said it, okay? Who says the Balloon Boy isn't those random night guards? Whatewe're not actually gonna be a FNAF theory channel. That sounds absolutely awful. No, of course I don't. This is a joke. Okay, for all intents and purposes, this is a joke, all right? Me telling everybody to give justice for Balloon Boy, if you guys want to give justice to like a fucking random ass piece of whatever, 3 pixels by 3 pixels in a random game, give the same kind of fucking justice to Balloon Boy, who actually did something in the games. I just don't understand. You guys will literally like, what? He mentions fucking flowers, right? Like random flowers inside of Nightmare, FNAF, or whatever. He mentions a fan, for God's sake, and the only thing he'll say about Balloon Boy is, what's up with Balloon Boy? You're talking about a fan. You brought a fan out every single fucking episode. What do you mean, what's up with Balloon Boy? Shut up. That said, I respect MatPat. He's got the grind.
why when the novels came out and offered what seemed to be simpler solutions, I hopped aboard. I started looking for more streamlined solutions within their pages, hunting for clues to the games in a place where they didn't exist, but kind of looked like they exist and probably should have existed, but didn't exist. And the only thing I accomplished in the process was—
maybe the balloon boy is the one. No, because they already have that theory. Shit.
making things more complicated. So in all the time that
Balloon Boy is actually one of the bullies that put that child inside of Golden Freddy. Done.
FNAF 6 has been percolating in the back of Scott's mind brain. I've thrown out everything that I thought I knew about this series, and I've gone back to doing what I do best. Darn it.
Boom!
Basic counting. 1 Freddy button, 2 Freddy buttons, 1 Foxy toe, 2 Foxy toes. Only this time, I was aided by knowledge of where the series was headed, as well as Scott's latest release, The Freddy Files. It's a book that many others
Balloon Boy released the Freddy Files. You guys, Balloon Boy is actually the game representation of Scott.
dismissed as merely an elongated strategy guide to the games, but to me, it was invaluable.
It's like whenever you watch like an Alfred Hitchcock movie and he just inputs himself in random scenarios inside his movies just to do a little like, hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Alfred Hitchcock. You know, and like Quentin Tarantino, he does that shit. Stan Lee with all the Marvel movies before he passed away. Balloon Boy is actually Scott.
Filtering down years' worth of lore into the details that Scott himself deemed as the most important to focus on. And this entire process of starting at square one has helped me to see connections I never made before, enabling me to create the thing I was most scared of. A timeline. A series of events that explain
The
key breadcrumbs that Scott has
timeline!
left
We're
for us
finally
along
at
the
a
way. And the more I
timeline!
looked, the more it all started to make sense. And that's the plan for this video, and spoiler alert, the next video, to create a final, definitive, lore-based theory on the insanity that is FNAF. Putting to rest
You better put fucking Balloon Boy in there or else.
the key lingering questions in the first 5 entries of this franchise and opening the door for Scott to usher in FNAF 6. Since, at this point, we all know he's just waiting for us to solve the previous games before he releases the new one, right? Come to think of it, maybe—
I love that the way that he says right. He's like, right? Right, Scott? You have to release more, Scott. You have to release more. The views are dwindling by the minute. What am I gonna do? I can't just keep rehashing the old theories, Scott, please.
maybe I shouldn't finish this theory.
You could have easily did a whole other thing for Balloon Boy, Matt. You pulled every other thing out of your fucking ass. You, like, diarrheaed the last, 13 episodes, and you couldn't give one to Balloon Boy.
Now, while I could sit here and rattle off hexadecimal color codes and animatronic design features to painfully—
They put a keypad on the wall. And Balloon Boy is just something that you guys just don't care about. He actually scares you at some point.
hammer out the timeline inch by inch, no one cares. Trust me, I know. I wrote 2 other versions of this script where I did exactly that, and both of them sucked. I was boring and confusing myself. It gets way—
Wow, you were boring and confusing yourself? Maybe if you had some balloons next to you, it wouldn't be as bad.
too convoluted way too quickly when you dive into the details. But when I took a step back, I realized that the best way to understand FNAF at this
No. Spectre, you said more like annoy, but did somebody not say that he was one of the jump scares in FNAF 3? Somebody did fucking say that, okay? We have 2 different versions of Chica, all right? And we have Chica's Spectacular Whatever, where Chica's not part of this. You know, Chica's not part of this FNAF 5 sister location, okay? She's not even in that.
is to know that it's not a story about a haunted pizzeria.
Jump
It's the
scares you, but
story
it's not a
of
game
family.
over? Okay, but in FNAF, 4? A bunch of things jump scare you, but it's not game over because they're illusions. Woo!
Meet the Aftons, a perfectly normal family of 5. Father, daughter, son, older brother, and mother. And the secret—
Honestly, now at this point, the Aftons, it makes me kind of like the way that he poses this. I kind of want to see it. Ooh! Hey, one of you guys that has AI abilities, can you guys message me real quick? Like anybody who can make like AI movie trailers? Thanks.
secrets of the Fazbear timeline are actually buried in the fates of each one of these characters. We begin with William Afton,
Thank
the
you,
original
Karen.
purple guy,
Thank
the
you.
father, the one who starts this whole timeline with a story that's all too familiar to us by this point. He starts killing kids at bear-themed pizza restaurants. It starts back in the 70s. Should have given him a big purple afro there, Scott.
AI trailers? Yeah, no, they did like an AI version of Full House, but like with all Star Wars or something like that. I'm pretty sure whoever can do AI video shit, all right, you let me know.
FNAF 2 flashes us back to these origins, showing us Purple Guy's first victim at Fredbear's Family Diner, before flashing forward to show another 5 victims of the Purple Guy in the FNAF 2 location, and potentially yet another 5 victims in the FNAF 1 location. And he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids.
Oh,
Literally,
damn it.
because his-
Damn it, I was just gonna say literally. Fucking.
Victims refuse to stay dead. The soul of the first child enters the puppet, who then gives life to the other children by preserving their spirits in the bodies of the other Fazbear animatronics. Give gifts, give life. We've all known this for years, and Scott even confirmed it, but we had to start somewhere since this is where the story begins. But
You must have loved that, huh, Matt? You must have loved it when Scott came out and was like, yeah, you guys did an incredible video on part 2. You almost got everything right, except for one thing. You would have gotten that right, too, if you had mentioned anything about Balloon Boy!
where the story heads to next might surprise you. Sister Location. More specifically, the mini-games from Sister Location, where we meet Afton's adorable green-eyed daughter, No Name. Doesn't help that none of these characters have a name. You see, old Billy Afton isn't content with manually killing kids anymore. He's busy figuring out new ways to mass murder the youth of this nation, and he does what any good business owner ought to do, outsources it to the machines. He designs a series of fun-time animatronics with features specifically made for luring and capturing kids. We can see it on their blueprints: parental tracking, grouping, deter and misdirect, parental voice sync, and once again, he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Or kid, in this case. His own daughter, in fact, who is so excited by the circus baby animatronic that she ignores her father's warnings to stay away from it and falls victim to the claw.
Bill, if you didn't want your child to hang out with Baby, why did you make Baby for her, dipshit?
In true FNAF fashion, she
Stupid.
done gets herself scooped, goes
But
on to
also,
possess circus
we
baby,
fucking
and that
hate
causes
William
the eye
Afton.
color of baby
Fuck
to
him.
shift from blue to green.
Fuck
the tragedy
him.
results in the spin-off
This
restaurant
family
Circus
hates
Baby's
William
Pizza World
Afton,
closing
alright?
down
This-
in
this-
one day. The
this
day
community
opens,
hates
and the
William
fun
Afton,
times get stored, as the
loves
trailers
Balloon
say,
Boy.
deep
We're having a
below
Balloon
ground,
Boy in
where
every
memories
single level
sleep,
of
just waiting
Lilybell
for the day
Airport.
that they become rentals, one Afton down. Now, before we kill off the next Afton child, let's rewind a minute to explain why Afton's daughter getting turned into human Froyo goes here, since this is a pretty extreme break from how most people understand the FNAF timeline. Evidence the first, not only do we see the animatronics actively moving around their respective galleries, but their luring and capturing features were built with the specific intention of them acting as free-roaming robots, something that we know was phased out in the aftermath of the bite of '87. We also know that this incident happens before Springlock suits get decommissioned. On night 4 of Sister Location, Baby traps you inside a Springlock suit and says this.
You're inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever used. At least not the way it was meant to be used.
So Circus Baby and her
Ew.
pizzeria were from a time before the
Unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous Springlock failures.
Ah, that's
Spring
pretty
locks
good. That's
to be
pretty
banned,
good. Yeah, it's
aka
understandable.
The bite of '83. More on that whole thing in a minute. But perhaps the biggest clues to the timeline placement of the baby incident come from FNAF 4, what most of us have considered the first game in the timeline, where the crying child gets bitten at his birthday party while psychic friend Fredbear, he's here, he's there,
He's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear.
promises to put him back together. Throughout the game, the crying child, Afton's youngest son, keeps hearing the words,
Spectre, thank you so much for swallow noises. Give me just a second.
Per usual, I apologize for the fan.
Okay.
remember what you saw, repeated over and over to him. When the game first came out, the best I could do was speculate about what this was referring to, but now I think we have our answer. This moment, his sister getting scooped.
Joke's on you, you guys. I was Balloon Boy this entire time. I actually went through this entire thing, and I was angry. Fucking literally, Matt. Literally. Could have just been that.
The crying child saw this happen, thus prompting his fear of animatronics. And we know he saw it through one crucial design detail that Scott included. Look at how this kid's nightmares of Fredbear materialize. The stomach mouth. It's a design detail that we all overlooked, but there it is.
That's pretty good. Yeah, it does seem like that.
Baby rips in half to claw grip Afton's daughter. It's how a child would perceive that incident. And that's not all. It also explains why the Afton home has an empty girls' room in it. Something that Scott clearly thought was important for us to see. So why is it empty? Because the sister is gone. She's dead. She's a victim of William's sloppy kidnapping scheme.
Wait, so who's this kid then? Right? Because we've agreed on the timeline that that kid, right, is at the beginning and the first reason. So why? That's the younger son. So the older son died, right? And then because what? Then like what? The sister's gone? Oh, that isn't what happened. Oh, is he? Okay, hold on.
About what this was referring to, but now I think we have our answer. This moment, his sister getting scooped. The crying child saw this happen, thus prompting his fear of animatronics.
That's what he's saying, though.
No, he saw it through one crucial design detail that Scott included. Look at how this kid's nightmares explains why the so why is it empty? Because the sister is gone. She's dead. She's a victim of William's sloppy kidnapping scheme.
Just to be clear, I know a previous theory said this girl was baby, but she's not. It was a predictive theory based on visual similarities that didn't pan out. In sister location, Scott very clearly showed us that Afton's daughter doesn't wear her hair in pigtails and has a different color of hair than the pigtail girl in FNAF 4. And we all know how picky Scott is about colors, at least at this point in the series. He learned his lesson after the whole pink guy thing.
That's not all. Ballora.
My favorite part here is that all the parts where he's wrong and he has to specifically say, hey, by the way, I'm sorry, I'm wrong about this. He's like, yeah. Anyways, okay. But, like, he doesn't do that every time he's wrong. He just did that, like, 2 times he was wrong. Literally every other one, he's like, this is it. This is the theory. And then the next one, he's like, but then this is the theory. And not one of them say anything about fucking Balloon Boy.
Also gives us an interesting perspective as we move on to the next member of the Afton clan.
I'm gonna get an art piece someday of me holding Balloon Boy, my son.
Here's a big question that no one's thought to ask about this
See? Balloon Boy!
series yet. The mother, Mrs. Afton, where is she? I mean, don't get me wrong, adoption is a great thing, but something tells me that Slick Willie over here isn't the single
Had to keep pumping out those theories, can't have them thinking too long. Yeah. Except he didn't put one out for Balloon Boy.
Answer practically slapped me in the face while I was reading the Freddy files. On page 127, Scott draws a very clear contrast between Funtime Freddy's voice system and the one belonging to Baby and Ballora. Quote, Funtime Freddy's audio seems
Wait,
the 1-7 Scott
what is he reading?
Slapped me in the face while I was reading the Freddy files. On page 127, Scott draws a very clear contrast between Funtime Freddy's voice system and the one belonging to Baby and Ballora. Quote, Funtime Freddy's audio seems pre-recorded and relates to kids and birthday parties, unlike Ballora and Circus Baby's audio, which is more complex. End quote. It's an interesting detail for Scott to specifically call out that I honestly never considered. Ballora is much more aware of her surroundings, responding in real time to movement in her chamber and not seeming to rely on pre-recordings.
God! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Ballora jump scared in the video, but I was too busy listening and like focused. I like didn't expect an actual jump scare and I got scared.
Everywhere.
Who you gonna call? Sunny Friend Bear.
Promises to put him back together. Throughout the game, the crying
I've heard the psychic friend. I've heard the psychic friend Fredbear like jingle a bunch of times now, but I still can only put it together enough to sound like Patrick at the end of the campfire song. You know where he goes, song, C-A-M-P-F-I-R-E. Like, you know that? That's how I felt.
Child, Afton's youngest son, keeps hearing the word.
What? Oh, did we accidentally go back? I got scared. I got scared backwards that far in? Holy shit, I'm sorry.
Honestly never considered. Ballora is much more aware of her
See here. And then she freaks you out.
supported lines like the more rudimentary
My God.
animatronics.
I can hear someone creeping through my room.
It seems like more than just a coincidence that the only other robot possessing this level of speech ability is the one that we know has Afton's daughter inside of her. Up until now, we've all been quick to write off Ballora as just this weird Rule 34 bizarre.
Oh, wait. Okay, so that's why he no longer cares about the colors thing, right? Because he's thinking, all right, that's not Afton's daughter, blah, blah, blah.
New addition to the animatronic roster. But is it possible that she has a bigger part in this story than we all realize?
Really? So this part, you guys are willing to say Ballora may be more important, but Balloon Boy, who's been here since FNAF 2, gets no love. None.
This is far from speculation. Another major clue hides in the song that she sings, one that Scott draws particular attention to in her character profile in Freddy Files. The
It's so good to sing all day, to dance, to spin, to fly away. Well, that's kind of fucking scary. Why do you hide inside your walls when there's music in my halls? All I see is an empty room, no more joy, an empty tomb. Yeah, that shit sounds scary as fuck, bro. That sounds like somebody's hiding from you.
lyrics go,
why do you hide inside your walls when there is music in my hall?
That is a perfect way to just make anything slightly creepier. You just take the song, na 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 na. Yeah, what is it? The London Bridge, right? Right? We all fall down. Yeah. And then you like drag it out to be a lot slower. You make it only music box, and then you put it in minor.
All I see
Well, ring around the
is
rosy,
an
thank you.
empty room. No more joy, an empty tomb. It's so good to sing all day, to dance, to spin.
Balloon Boy is an animatronic. A major antagonist. Thank you, FNAF Universe Wiki. Major antagonist.
To fly
My son.
away.
This reference to an empty tomb devoid of joy resembling a vacant tomb is the same sort of language you would hear from a parent who had just lost a child, with the child's bedroom acting as a sort of tomb reminding them of their loss. Could it be that
I mean,
this
that's
song is
cute, but
referencing
what
the
does that have
daughter's
anything to
empty
do with
room that
hiding
we
in the
just
walls,
talked
bro?
about from FNAF 4? And if that's the case, does that make Ballora's true identity Mrs. Afton? Ballora is motherly in a way that all the other animatronics aren't, with the mini Renas as her children. And she's a much older and more mature-looking robot than anything that we've seen throughout the series.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. That's actually a fair theory. That's actually a fair fucking theory.
If this were truly the case, based on her song, it sounds like after the daughter done got herself scooped, William retreated into his work and probably a fair bit of child murder, hiding in his private room to bury his grief. That's what Ballora's line, hiding inside your walls, is referencing. It would also explain why William has abandoned his other two sons by the year 1983, the time we see FNAF.
What other two sons, Bill? Or Matt, what other, you haven't mentioned that these are William's sons and everything else. Now you're out of nowhere going, this is probably why he abandoned his other two sons. What, we're supposed to just sit here and assume these sons?
4 roll around. He's too grief-stricken, leaving the older brother to be the one to have to take care of the crying child. Somewhere before 1983, his wife leaves him, or dies, or something. It's not really that important. And Afton preserves her memory
As
inside
opposed
the
to the daughter.
animatronic Ballora. And with that,
Hold on.
important. And at 1983, his wife leaves
Okay.
him, or dies, or something. It's not really that important. And Afton preserves her memory inside the animatronic Ballora. And with
Preserves her memory and his dick.
that, another Afton gets buried in the basement. Which brings us to 1983 and leaves the men of the household as the last one standing. Crying child, older brother Michael, and the fate of William. One gets bit.
Wait, so what happens to the wife? He leaves his son, right?
Would also explain why William has abandoned his other two sons by the year 1983, the time we see FNAF 4 roll around.
Right.
He's too grief-stricken, leaving the older brother to be the one to have to take care of the crying child. Somewhere before 1983, his wife leaves him, or dies, or something. It's not really that important. And Afton preserves her memory inside the animatronic Ballora. And with that, another Afton gets buried in the basement.
So we're just assuming that the wife is just not there anymore. So now it's just okay.
Which brings us to 1983 and leaves the men of the household as the last one standing. Crying child, older brother Michael, and the fate of William. One gets bit, one gets scooped, and one gets sprung? Ugh, I don't know, that sounds kind of bad. Regardless, the debate of whether Michael
Why does it sound bad,
is
Matt?
the true purple guy who ends up in Springtrap is part of next week's video, along with how we know that this is 1983 and my definitive answer on who the crying child becomes. So make sure you ring the subscription bell down below to find out next week as soon as part 2 of this ultimate FNAF
I got
theory
nothing,
airs.
but that's
Seriously, do
Ballora.
it.
Yeah, you couldn't have pulled anything about Balloon Boy out of your ass either. Per usual, Matt.
Otherwise, you'll never know how this series ends, and you'll forever be wondering whether it's Will Trap or Mike Trap. And then FNAF 6 will come out and everything will be all higgledy-piggledy. And as a final treat for those of you who want to get super nerdy about the series and need more clarity on these early controversial timeline placements, well...
Good, you know it's controversial.
If you look beyond just their fancier, more modern design, the evidence around the sister location animatronics points to them being earlier models. One detail of FNAF 4 that I've been kicking around in my head for a year now is the canonicity of the Halloween update. In the update, Scott included 3 new characters, Nightmare Mangle, Nightmare Balloon...
You have to remember, though, oh my god, it's Balloon Boy! Balloon Boy is back! I told you! See? He got an update just as Mangle did! Amazing! Balloon Boy! Anyways, Scott specifically said that there was nothing going on with the Halloween DLC, unless that's just something that Scott lies about. A, right? B, no, those don't seem like older models because they have infinitely more technology than what could possibly happen during that time. No, they do not look like older models, technically.
Balloon Boy and Night Marionette. The appearances of Mangle and Marionette were both labeled as non-canon to the series, but things hit a wrinkle with Nightmare Balloon Boy because he got a pass. He was deemed canon, and that set off huge red flags for me because it tells us a crucial detail. That by the time of FNAF 4, Mangle doesn't exist yet and Crying Child hasn't seen the puppet, but Balloon Boy does exist and has been seen by little Jimmy Night Terrors over here. Logically, for Scott to officially say that Nightmare Balloon Boy is canon, he has to have predated the events we see in FNAF 4. Balloon Boy had to be around prior to 1983, which leads us to what we see and hear in Sister Location. Sister Location's location is full of humanoid robots. Sure, there's Ballora and Baby, but there's also these little dolls that share a similar shape and visual style to Balloon Boy, making it seem like an earlier pizzeria had a more human theme than the Fazbear restaurants. That restaurant, I believe, was Circus Baby's Pizza World. Now, one thing I know people are going to bring up. In Sister Location, Hand Unit says,
due to the massive success and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Hearing the location of Sister Location opened after Fazbear Pizza closed down would lead you to assume that the events of Sister Location are happening later in the timeline, and you wouldn't be wrong, they are. But Hand Unit is talking about Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals. Baby and Ballora were built for Circus Baby's Pizza World, which, as I showed, came out long before that. This coincides with what we learned about Circus Baby's Pizza World in the pre-game teaser Scott released on Scott Games. Quote, the grand opening of Circus Baby's Pizza World has apparently been canceled due to reported gas leaks in the building. There was only a handful of people that ever got to look inside, kids from here and there, end quotes. Obviously, this is all a cover-up for them actually closing the restaurant in the wake of Afton's daughter's death. That's beside the point. What's important here is that the animatronics were built at an earlier time, clearly during a period when Rosy Cheeks got a big thumbs up in the design department and were then stored underground after opening day when Afton's girl got scooped. Some were kept in rotation, rented out for parties, which explains how Balloon Boy shows up in FNAF 2, while all the others got forgotten underground, only to be uncovered when Michael was sent to put them all back together. Wait, are you all still here? Oh, good, because I have yet to say it. Remember, it's all just a theory.
A game theory!
See you next week for the finale to
We
my
did
final
it!
FNAF.
To my final FNAF theory. Thanks, buddy. We did it! Woo, woo, woo! We got some justice for Balloon Boy. Some, not all of it. You need more Balloon Boy in your fucking cereal, okay, buddy? My son! Is this all from a dev or a fan theory? It's all fan theory. All theories are fan theories. All theories are fan theories. Forever. That's Blessed Dream, hello, my dear. I hope your birthday week is going well. My timer is absolutely terribly long. Unfortunately, we got double the timer and triple the timer like right after that within the first 3 days. So it's incredibly long, but thank you so much for coming by. Hello, my dear, my love. Hello. So a BS, good to know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. All theory is fan theory.
Oh, again, theorists. We have a party planned today.
All the lore has clues put out there and the community pieces together. Yeah. So essentially, these are theories based off of things the dev actually does put out. So, I mean, it's just take it with a grain of salt in a couple of these earlier stuff. But at this point, I think if you were updated, now which I am not, and these videos are not, this is a 5 years ago video, okay? If it is, like, I think now at this point, most people know the full story or whatever, and then ended up getting retconned or whatever. I don't know. Thank you, Dream. I love you very much, dear. I hope your birthday week is going amazing.
Well, hello again, theorists. We have a party planned today.
Is that actually what they sound like? Like they got a voice actor to do to mimic as close as possible to what he sounds like?
And it's all for you.
Apparently, I need to send my blood to work. Don't forget to pack them a little lunchbox, okay, when they go out to work. Okay, Beastie, you got to be nice about it. Don't forget. Make them a cute little bento box or something. Oh, Kellen Goff, his real VA? Are you allowed to do that? Can you? I mean, I guess you technically could. What am I even saying?
To turn back now. Get ready for
That's amazing. That's very cool.
In 3, 2.
No! Kellen Goff. Oh no! Kellen Goff stopped. Oh no! Apparently their cameo was something bad. Oh no! Damn, that sucks. You know what? I get it. The whole AI situation with it. That sucks though, because you know now I can't send anybody birthday presents from Kellen Goff or anything. Oh, what happened? Oh, so sorry. Kellen Goff decided to close his Cameo page because they don't really have anything against people using it for AI, and they can't really help anybody from. I don't know exactly what the situation is, but apparently one of their other friends who was using Cameo ended up getting the Cameo vocals right to be used for AI, and so they just didn't want that shit to happen. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah. I'll read it for you. Please note, this is not a cancellation post nor a witch hunt. I do not wish any ill intent on Cameo or those who work there. Granted, I'm not a fan of how my situation was handled, and I'm uncomfortable with their lack of clarity regarding AI, but that is no reason to retaliate against them. They are doing a fantastic job acting as middle management to bring holiday cheer from the figures you love. I wish them well, genuinely. This Twitlonger's purpose is purely to apologize on my end, to explain what happened to my Cameo page in the spirit of transparency, and to make clear what I plan to do regarding video messages moving forward. I'm very sorry for my radio silence on this matter until now. Here's the story. Recently, I opened up my Cameo for booking for the holidays. This was back in December 2022. When I was alerted by a friend to their past with turning their clients' likenesses into AI. One such example is with their virtual boss baby puppet, which uses an AI voice generator to say what you once said. So apparently Cameo has been using their clients' likenesses into AI, and you have to remember their clients actually are voice, more than likely, usually voice actors or other celebrity and niche celebrities that we all know and love. While I'm unsure of the validity of their finer details of what was imparted to me, it was enough to concern me as to if they do the same with my characters without my permission. Wanting nothing more than to clear it up and get working on your request, I reached out to Talent Relations asking for a written statement clarifying their position and to reassure me they would not do this to me. A one-sentence email at most. No response. The previous contact immediately responded to my request to reopen my Cameo store, though, and so they felt really concerned. They sent 3 more emails over 3 days. Finally got an answer. They wanted to get the contact from Cameo wanted to get in a call, but we just, Kellen just wanted to have a written statement and answer, and they let me know that my inquiry had been escalated to their higher-ups and that I'd receive a response early that coming week. I thanked them and looked forward to setting the matter. That was 10 days ago. So, yeah. Seems like Cameo might be using some of some dirty AI tactics on their own, what was it? On their own clients. Yeah, Cameo just did that. AI is in a great area. I think it's a good thing. I think AI itself is not an awful thing. I think that people can use it for awful things. That's what I think. I think there should be regulations around it.
Internet, welcome to Game Theory, where did you know that Funtime Freddy was almost German? Jawohl, check it out.
Hello, little children. Glad to see you.
Wait,
Check
what?
it out.
Wait, hold
Where,
on.
did you know that Funtime Freddy was almost German? Jawohl, check it out.
Hello, little children. Glad to see you back again. Come closer. I'll sing a song for you.
Oh my god.
How wild is that? Forget Freddy Fazbear, it's Freddy Fuzzbar. Calling it right now. FNAF 5
that's a
gave
good
us
one. I
sister
like that.
location. FNAF 6 gives us international expansion. So, this is it. The end of an era. My last FNAF lore theory until a new game gets released. Makes me kinda sad, actually. So let's
Literally, you're... Oh, okay. Never mind.
make it a good one.
I like that he's like, this is an end of an era. My final FNAF theory until the next one gets released. Shut the fuck up, Matt. Oh my god.
We set out to finish the job that we started 3 whole years together. And spoiler alert, purple guy is not the phone guy. Believe me, I tried. So of the 5 Aftons, last time we had killed off 2. Mother and daughter who go on to become Baby and Ballora. Afton's daughter getting clawed results in the immediate closure of Circus Baby's Pizza World, leading the company to retire the creepy, rosy-cheeked characters deep underground where memories sleep. But now let's talk about one question I haven't addressed yet, and one that was on everyone's mind during the launch to Sister Location. Where is Chica in all this? For the first time in these games, one of the core 4 animatronics was just gone. That seems significant, right? And it is. I joked earlier about FNAF Lederhosen location, but it touches on an element of these games that we tend to brush aside. That there's a business element running through all of them. Corporate doublespeak and liability talk coming from Phone Guy, parent companies in the form of Fazbear Entertainment, franchising with Sister Location. So what if Chica is missing from Circus Baby's gang because she was her own independent mascot at the time? It's not just wild speculation either. In the Scott Games source code leading up to Sister Location's release, we got all sorts of hints in the form of animatronic maintenance schedules, but mixed in there was a reference to something surprising. Chica's Party World, mentioned by name. Definitive proof that the character was the mascot of another business existing at the same time as Circus Babies, which was also a client of Afton Robotics. Chica isn't in Sister Location because she isn't a part of the family yet. She's still a solo act, but we know by FNAF 4 she's clearly a part of the Fredbear and Friends lineup. So it would seem that Fazbear Entertainment grew by merging with or buying out the other animal-themed restaurants in the area, with Chica being the last addition to the crew and why she's a part of the series from here on out. So no, theorists,
honestly, like, okay, yeah, that shit makes sense, but at the same time, it's so, like, not special. You know what's special? You know what's genuinely, you know what I mean? Like, you know what's special? You know what I'm talking about. You know who I'm about to say. Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy is special. But yeah, it's just like this idea of like, oh, where's Chica? Suddenly out of nowhere. I don't know, dude. They probably just didn't have enough space to have another fucking animal carcass, whatever. You know what I mean? Hello, Luna! Hello, Luna! Oh my goodness. Hello, dear. How are you? Oh my god, it's been ages. How was Cyberpunk 2077? It's so good to see you. Really, it's been ages. I've known Luna for a long, long time now. My name is Lily. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. It is, yes, currently my Funathon day 13. We are doing a FNAF lore all day today. And that is actually one of the goals that we had that we were able to reach. It's been far too fucking long, but I'm glad that you had fun with Cyberpunk. Yeah. Yeah, my brain is just, how do I say this? Fried, you know? It's just fried. But yes, I hope all your tour, please enjoy yourself. If you need to go, I totally understand. But you know, all your tourists and you are feel free to hang out, watch Five Nights at Freddy's lore with us. We're watching the entire like game theorist map pat collection. We're on episode 15 out of like fucking 57, so it's a bit. Some backstory. I've only ever played 2 FNAF games. One of them was FNAF 1, right? And unfortunately, I never got to finish it. I only played like an hour and a half of it because at some point, it was just too hard for me to do. I like wasn't fast enough to get rid of one of the things, whatever. And then FNAF 6 I played, but I played it totally safe and I didn't have anything scare with me. So I don't really know anything about the lore. And so, you know, we're watching it for the first time today. Yeah. Probably hang out a bit, but I'm going to BRB for, yeah, no worries. Please enjoy yourself. And thank you so much. Thank you, tourists. I hope you guys have a wonderful time here. What did you guys eat today? Lily, what are your thoughts on Balloon Girl? Listen. I'm still angry about Balloon Boy. Never even heard of Balloon Girl, okay? I can't imagine having a whole balloon family that nobody fucking talks about.
Contrary to popular belief, it wasn't just Scott trying to reduce the amount of creepy poultry-themed fan art.
I don't know, man. There's a high possibility still.
Just saying it now. Calling it like I sees it. So Fazbear Entertainment decides to go all in on the animal-themed robots because the whole clown thing was just a stupid idea. I mean, seriously, William, do some market research. Americans are more afraid of clowns than global warming. Know your consumer, man. Anyway, in FNAF 4, Fredbear's expanded to have himself some friends and has become so popular that they're in full sellout mode, complete with plushies.
At this moment in the video, like when they made this video and released it, it has been before FNAF 6, just to let everybody know.
Toys, a TV show, and the ever-popular item, masks. Get them now because I hear they're selling like a god church. None of this would exist if this were truly the first location of a local pizza chain, confirming that this location in FNAF 4 is not where it all started like many have been assuming. What we're seeing here is something else, presumably what the TV says. Fredbear and Friends, a hybrid restaurant of the old Fredbear characters and the new spin-off ones where every character has their own spring-lock suit. Notice that the FNAF 4 Nightmare animatronics all have 5 fingers. The only other animatronic to have that feature, Springtrap. 5 fingers because the humans have to wear the suits. Which leads us to one of the biggest debates in this franchise. Is this 1983 or 1987? The bite at the birthday party makes it seem like it's 1987, but the TV says that it's 1983. Never before has so much nerd rage been prompted by...
So how do you think that it all started enough where they would have... What? I'm confused. I think, okay, hold on. It's okay. It's MatPat. Everything is going to be irrelevant in 2 more episodes.
Discussion over trademark dates. Rage.
That said, give me just a second. I need to use the bathroom. Be right back. Okay, I'm back.
That lives on to this day, but now I can finally bring calm
And
to
yeah.
the storm. This is 1983. We know this based on a recent Reddit post Scott made on the subject of whether or not he's ever retconned his story. Quote, the truth is that I've done one actual retcon in the series, although I'm not going to say where it was. There have been other times, however, when my original intentions didn't come across clearly. In those instances, I make a point to clarify in the next game. I used sister location to clear up a misconception from FNAF 4. And reading this, the obvious misconception from FNAF 4 was the year the events of the game took place, which, true to his word, he clarified via sister location and the private room camera code of 1983, 1983.
It's good to know that. Thank you, Ran. It's good to know, right? That he does at some point, like, yeah, I have retcon. You know, he's like pretty honest with it. I feel like.
Michael Afton revisits his father's control room decades after the fact. He sees that all along William had been surveilling their family home using cameras that were password protected by one of the most sorrowful dates of his life. Regardless, neglectful father William participates in the worst Bring Your Son to Work Day program ever by taking his traumatized son to a restaurant filled with robots he's afraid are gonna scoop him. And solidly in the no-help column is his older brother who taunts him mercilessly for his fears. The story comes to a climax when the brother's teasing goes too far, getting his younger brother chomped at his own birthday party. At the end of the game, William, through his psychic friend Fredbear observation plushies, patent pending, promises to put his son back together. Except he's too late. We hear a hospital flatline faintly in the
Whoa!
background.
Is that true? Do we actually?
That's far from where.
Bento, thank you so much for the biddy, sweetheart. Good night, good night. Mwah. Little night kissies for all of you guys for being here. Honestly, it means so much to me. But do we actually hear that? The little flatlining? Oh, shit. Oh, that's pretty, okay, that's pretty convincing then. That's pretty convincing. I understand that. I'll take that. Holy shit. Good night, Bento. Love to see you, sweetheart.
Story ends. He appears in every other FNAF game because even though Daddy fails to put him back together, miraculously, the crying child finds his way into becoming the ghostly Golden Freddy. For proof as to why, let's speed things up.
Oh god, not again, Matt.
He tries to clarify things in the next game, and between FNAF 3 and FNAF 4, there's a point he made sure to clarify. The Happiest Day minigame. Notice the masks across the two games. Not just symbolic imagery, but a direct reference to the masks worn during the crying child's failed birthday. Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chica. The restaurant layout is also the same, just mirror flipped, with 3 party tables decorated with green, yellow, red, purple, and blue balloons. And it's a birthday party as evidenced by the cake. The puppet is recreating the birthday that was stolen from the crying child, and the mask that the crying child is seen wearing, Golden Freddy. But that's not all. The crying child gets taken by Death, aka Nightmare, an animatronic who just so happens to have an inverted Golden Freddy color palette. Yellow hat and tie with a black body as opposed to a yellow body with black accessories. Coincidence? I think not. It's also worth noting that Nightmare is one of only 2 canon animatronics to have a jump scare that's a static image with strange noises that crashes the game. The other, Golden Freddy.
Which leaves us with 2. William and
Okay.
Michael, father and son. Purple guy and other purple guy. The rest of the timeline is the story.
See, where's that from? Where are we seeing this part from?
Purple guy and other.
This one. Because it was mentioned in the other theory, like, video that we saw a while ago. But, okay.
Purple guy. The rest of the timeline is the story of a serial killer father and the son who's following behind, retracing William's steps to undo his father's cruel work and free the spirits of the dead children. This next bit we're all pretty familiar with since it's based on evidence from Phone Guy. The bite of 83 causes spring locks to get discontinued.
Right,
William,
okay.
acting as a technician across all the Fazbear restaurants, is responsible for handling the recalled suits and starts using the Golden Bonnie outfit to lure children into the secret safe rooms hidden in the back of each restaurant where he'll be safely off camera. He first strikes on June 26th at the FNAF 1 location. This murder, dubbed the Missing Children's Incident, eventually gets the place shut down, but results in Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy getting newly murdered children to power their engines. Those animatronics, along with the puppet, get shifted to the FNAF 2 location.
So who's the puppet?
Along with some new toy robots linked to a criminal database to prevent a mass murder from happening again. Even some old favorites get pulled out of retirement, specifically
Yeah,
Balloon Boy.
Balloon
And with that
Boy!
full roster, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has its grand reopening. Now posing as a security guard, William with his
Wanna
spring-locked
know
crank
or
in
what?
hand,
Or
not
what?
phone,
I
strikes
wait to
again,
see
causing
whatever
the
he
place to get
fucking pulls out of his ass?
William flees the scene, leaving the day shift security guard position open. Jeremy
I
Fitzgerald
see,
moves
I
up to
see.
fill the empty slot, but gets himself bit by the agitated animatronics in an event that comes to be known as the Bite of 87, an event that forces the company to cease any free-roaming activities of the animatronics from that day forward. The toy animatronics get scrapped for just sucking at spotting a child murderer, and the old robots get stored back at the original FNAF 1 location. At this point, though, William knows that these things are alive and angry at him, so he tries to dismantle them using the safe room as his cover. And it would have worked out too if it weren't for those meddling kids, or at least their meddling spirits, because he didn't calculate that the spirits could live on without the animatronic.
Wait, but then he didn't mention anything about... Oh, okay,
Shells.
it's fine,
He
it's fine,
tries
it's
to
fine,
defend
it's fine.
himself against these ghosts by ducking into his trusty murder suit, but his haste coupled with the moisture of the room causes the spring locks to fail and Afton to get skewered inside of the big yellow
But he's
bunny.
not
The company,
dead.
trying to save face, and let's be honest, their stock value covers up William's crime spree by sealing off the safe room with the dying William Afton, now Springtrap, inside. I know, but Michael might be Springtrap. We're getting there. The management instructs all Fazbear employees to behave as though those safe rooms never existed, and another Afton falls victim to a horrible fate. Only this time, he absolutely, totally deserved it. But now let's look at the final Afton, Michael. His story begins with the main gameplay of Sister Location, where Mike Afton, who we learn looks a lot like his father...
They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
...is sent by dear old dad to put his sister back together. A promise that William makes to apparently a lot of his kids. This request of Michael presumably happened some years earlier when Mike was still a child, or before Afton ran away to escape murder charges, as implied by him saying,
I'm going to come find you.
Mike succeeds in saving Baby, but gets himself scooped in the process, having his innards replaced with innards. As we see throughout the canon custom night cutscenes, this
Canon custom night cutscenes. Okay.
causes his body to slowly decay, turning purple, until Ennard abandons ship to look for a fresher body that will draw less suspicion. Michael miraculously survives his Ennard enema, and here's where all sorts of puzzle pieces start to fall.
Yo, what's up? I got a challenge.
First, we know his name is Michael, but that he also goes by Mike, as shown by his name tag on hand unit. This immediately connects us to FNAF 1's Mike Schmidt, the original security
not the
guard,
same, but
guy who
okay.
eventually gets fired for tampering with the animatronics.
Oh, odor.
Who's
Interesting.
the
Okay,
first
and then
game
the
in
odor.
series, so we all thought it was a funny joke, but now we know better. Scott doesn't do jokes. Not only does the name Mike match, but a rotting flesh sack with no innards would definitely be pretty smelly. And if true to Sister Location, Mike's mission is to free the spirits of children killed by his dad.
But he said that he was gonna come find. He's like, I'm gonna go find you. I thought he meant that Mike was trying to find William.
He would absolutely be guilty of tampering with the animatronics. It even provides us for an explanation as to why the animatronics would be trying to kill him in the first place. We hear it in Sister Location. He looks just like his father, which,
I see.
William, if your face looks like a rotting corpse, might be time to consider getting some plastic surgery. But if all that wasn't enough, we can even tie it in with Golden Freddy's behavior in the game. Anytime Golden Freddy appears in FNAF 1, he's accompanied with the flashing text of, "It's me." As we just saw, Golden Freddy contains the spirit of the
that's
crying
pretty
child.
good. This is pretty solid.
So the "it's me" is one brother speaking to another brother, making him aware that he's here.
That's
He's
pretty
present
solid.
and in need of spiritual release. Now, knowing that Mike Afton and Mike Schmidt are one and the same, rewind to FNAF 2
I feel like I would
with
hate
character
watching a movie
Fritz
with you.
Smith, a security guard fired on his first
I
anime
mean-
job for what? Odor and tampering with the animatronics. Coincidence? Absolutely not.
I understand what you're trying to say, but at the same time, it's not really the same.
Scott doesn't do coincidences. Michael Afton is literally going location to location, undoing the sins of his father's past and stinking up the places as he do. Like Michael says at the end,
Wait, go
doing
back.
the coincidences. Michael absolutely odor and tampering with the animatronics. Coincidence? Absolutely not. Scott doesn't do.
Yeah, these are actually feeling
Michael
pretty
Afton
solid.
Is literally going location
And
to location, undoing the sins
to
of
bring
his
you
father's
this special
past and
offer.
stinking up
That's
the
so
places
funny.
as he do. Like Michael says at the end of Custom Night.
I'm going to come find you.
And find him he does at Fazbear Frights.
But before we get to the end of the timeline, let's address the elephant in the room.
Oh
The fact
my
that
God.
Knight is
Okay,
established to be
okay.
The killer, and Michael is clearly shown to be purple in the custom night. So wouldn't that make him the killer? No. As much as I hate to say it, there are actually two purple guys, but only one real purple guy. Admittedly, I left that purposely vague for dramatic effect, but let me explain. Or better yet, let FNAF World explain. In it, you recruit a familiar-looking purple sprite onto your team, and he says this: "Don't confuse me with the actual purple guy. I'm just a game sprite." And
Oh,
there's
damn,
the
okay,
difference.
that's a
One of
good
these
one. I
characters
like
is
that.
physically purple. That character is Michael, and the other is just a placeholder on the screen. A sprite representing a shadowy figure who, because the background of the minigames happens to be black, had to be colored differently, and that color was purple. But you don't even have to get that meta. It's made pretty darn clear in Sister Location's intro that William is the one who built the animatronics intended to capture kids, whereas Michael is established as the one who's trying to save them. Even the timeline supports this. The murders date back all the way to Fredbear Family Diner in the 70s with a guy who's old enough to drive. There's no chance that Michael, the son, would be the right age to be the original purple guy. And lastly, if you believe that Michael Afton is also Mike Schmidt.
So that's the other crying kid. But why did he kill the other crying kid? Right? Is what I'm thinking about. Is why
Line supports this. The murders date back all the way to Fredbear Family Diner in the 70s with a guy who's old enough to drive.
Oh,
There's no
spoiler.
chance
We'll
that
get there?
Michael,
Okay,
the son,
okay,
would
okay.
be the right age to be the original purple guy. And lastly, if you believe that Michael Afton is also Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, as the evidence suggests, then the phone guy calls give you an alibi. Phone guy is talking to...
Hold on. Okay, I'm thinking. We were thinking of that being Henry's son, right? We were thinking that that was Henry's son. And then Henry decided whatever, and Henry committed suicide. And then William was the businessman guy of it all, right? So William decided to continue and make the baby one, with aka Sister Location, right? And then this is where we're at.
You about other security guards being investigated for murder, which implies that you yourself are not guilty.
Mike's efforts to atone for his family's past proved to be successful. Game by game, we see him piecing together the family reunion. Sister Location saw him free both Ballora and
Free,
Baby.
quote
Then in
unquote.
FNAF 3's Fazbear Fright, Afton's younger brother, now in the form of Golden Freddy, receives peace via the Happiest Day minigame. Even the spirits inside Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica get exorcised by Mike, which is why the good ending of FNAF 3 shows 4 empty, unlit animatronic heads. That's also why, come the main gameplay of
And they're missing the other one.
FNAF 3, the only animatronic that's still active in real life is
Right.
Springtrap. Mike has been successful at appeasing every other one of the spirits, leaving him alone with dear old dad.
Right.
He gets a job as security guard of Fazbear Fright, and shortly after, the creators of the attraction stumble across FNAF 1's secret room, with the remains of Mike's father spring-trapping around inside. Mike sets the place on fire to finish off his killer dad once and for all, because seriously, did you really think that building just spontaneously caught on fire? Fires in fictional stories always have a dramatic purpose, and Mike would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for that meddling father, who in both the FNAF 3 newspaper clippings and Sister Location's special ending is shown to have survived the fire and is now undoubtedly more bloodthirsty than ever.
I think out of all the things and out of all the theories that we've genuinely gone through, right? Or not, this isn't a theory. This is true, right? He's survived, or Springtrap survived. This is the thing I hate the most. I hate a lot of things. But even though this one's actually pretty, yeah. It survived. But my point is like, or are you guys saying it's solid and it's pretty correct, meaning this is supposed to be William Afton, who's an absolute piece of shit? Okay, it is. Okay, so it is William Afton. William Afton surviving this long, for me, is the very, like, it's Dio, right? So, like, I don't know. I hate it. I hate when villains just survive unnaturally long. He always comes back, Lily. That's awful, okay? I just think it's pretty lazy to suddenly, out of nowhere, for absolutely zero reason. It's like Michael, right? From Halloween. It's like any slasher movie ever. Except, well, I don't know. Actually, that's not every slasher movie ever. I know, like, you know, like Scream and all that. They're just different ones. His catchphrase is, I always come back. And I hate that, though. You know what I mean? The full idea is that I hate the idea is that I hate that they do survive these things that they're not, like, legitimately you could not survive.
The end, question mark, hallelujah. The craziest part of all this is when you actually
Oh,
stop
so there
and look at
is
the
a
story,
reason. It's
there
just a
really
shit reason.
isn't a need
If it's a shit reason, it should be just as bad as zero reason.
for FNAF 6. Outside of the return of Springtrap cliffhanger and revealing what's inside the box, yeah, remember that? Everything else pretty much has an answer. Sure, there are still parts of the tale that could be more fleshed out, like the origins of the puppet or what happens after Ennard gets ejected from Mike, but at this point, all the characters have completed their story arcs. The family is reunited and the spirits are all at peace.
So who's
It's
the puppet?
pretty poetic.
Do
It
the
took nearly
puppet!
20 theories and literally weeks of my life studying these breadcrumbs to get there, but we did it. We got to a solution that fit together.
What? That's weird. Here it says game theory FNAF, we were wrong about the bite, is 14. But it's actually 12 in this. What did we miss something? Did he just say we skipped some science episodes? Oh, so you just didn't add them onto the list though, right? The science episodes? Okay, thank you. That said, I can't believe you like really went through all of these and just did this. Give it up for Axel, you guys. Really give it up for Axel. Truly a big FNAF fan. Truly enough of a FNAF fan. And a big enough Lily Bell fan and friend that really went through this. Did this. Good night, Don. Rest well. Here's some nighty kissies. Mwah, for free.
Studying these breadcrumbs to get there, but we did it. We got to a solution that fit together practically all of the loose ends, and that's pretty darn special. Thank you for being a part of that journey with me. It's been an incredible ride. I have no doubt that this isn't 100%
Yeah, no
correct, but
shit.
you know what? It's an explanation I'm happy with. One that I feel provides a sense of closure to the series, and one that I'm gonna let stand as my final word.
I'll be
on the
honest,
5
Purple Guy
games
should have
worth of
stayed dead.
series
Yeah,
lore.
no, I genuinely believe good villains do die. When I finally see their deaths, I'm like, all right, great story. Whenever I see them quote unquote coming back, I really just know that somebody wanted to keep making money. It's just so much of a cop-out. I have called, this is my third cop-out warning. Cop-out alarm clock. Woo, woo, woo. All right, we have to make this a little bit now. Yeah, cop-out sound effect. Cop-out sound effects, okay? This is a cop-out warning. Cop-out warning. There you go. All right? This is my third cop-out warning effect. The first one being, it's all a dream. The second one being, it's all an illusion. This third one being, by the way, I couldn't come out with a better fucking villain, so the villain is coming back. And yes, I do watch JoJo, and I do love JoJo, but Dio being around for this fucking long is a fucking cop-out.
Or until a new installment. Crap, a new installment that just so happened to get teased immediately after last week's part 1. Scott, don't go getting predictable on me. Calling it now just so I can avoid the inevitable prediction theory. It's an installment that looks like it's going to be taking yet another step back in the timeline to tell the origins
Wait, hold on.
the series, and one that I'm going to let stand as my final word on the 5 games worth of series lore until a new installment. Crap, a new installment that just so happened to get teased immediately after last week's part 1. Scott, don't go getting predictable on me. Calling it now just so I can avoid the inevitable prediction theory. It's an installment that looks like it's going to be taking yet...
I love this. I love this so much that, like, he knows, right? In the last one, he didn't say that this was going to be the one before the next game. He said this is his final fucking theory. And then after the last one, he saw a new game, and I was like, well, shit, I gotta keep milking this cash cow.
Another step back in the timeline to tell the origin stories of the puppet. Notice how the sprites are the exact same as the FNAF 2 Give Cake minigames, where the first child gets murdered and the puppet pops out of the screen. Also notice that the rainbow design is a direct callback to the first
Where does
child
the first
gets
child
murdered
get
and the puppet
murdered
pops out
from?
of the screen. Same as the FNAF 2 Give Cake minigame. Callback to the aesthetic of 70s
Oh,
technology,
okay, that
which
one.
is when
Yeah,
Fred
right, I
Bear
remember
Family
that one
Diner
now.
and the first murder would take place. Lastly, the source code on Scott Games keeps saying, what is paragraph 4? Well, paragraph 4 could be relating to a lot of things, but the one thing that jumps out at me is that as soon as my episode went up, this teaser came out. Paragraph 4 of my episode last week happened to be about William Afton's first murders. But before I end all this, let me...
the best part is the developer by saying nothing lets these lore video makers build a narration and sell. What? Oh, the best part is the developer by saying nothing lets these lore video makers build the narration and sell the games even more. Yes, absolutely true. I agree with that. I think Matt actually mentions that too. Matt's just like, you know what? The best part about Scott is that he builds all these little, he never fills in the full thing so that everybody can just keep thinking about this in their mind.
Give the hardest of hardcore fans one more deep dive on the
It's good. It's good. I think it's very interesting, very, very cool, and I think it's really smart. They're making money, the developers are making money, and the games are making money. You know what I mean? I'm making a fucking headache for myself, but I respect the hustle.
the whole Will Trap versus Mike Trap debate. Let's speed it up. Most hardcore fans believe Mike is the purple guy currently in the Springtrap suit, and it's easy to see why. His voice is modified with an electronic effect in the custom night ending. Springtrap pops up at the end of Mike's final words.
I'm going to come find you.
And the purple guy sprite who ends up in the suit is seen releasing kids from their animatronics. However, these are easily explained away. We've heard Springtrap talk before, or should I say gurgle before in FNAF 3. And Mike's voice is very different from Springtrap's. Springtrap popping up on I'm going to come find you could very easily just be a visual storytelling element where Mike is stating his mission to track his father down. We visually see that he did it, but oh no, cliffhanger, Dad ain't dead. And we already talked about how William could very well be dismantling the animatronics to try and stop their attack. So it seems like a pretty balanced debate, or at least it does until you look at the timeline. Based on order of events, William inside Springtrap is undeniable. Whoever is working as Night Guard and Fazbear Fright can't just be some random guy off the street. It's someone who has seen both the FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 animatronics, considering he's having hallucinations of Mangle, Balloon Boy, and the Puppet, as well as the first generation version of Chica. The only person who worked at both of those places outside of William Afton himself is Michael Afton. Also, we hear that Circus Baby's rentals appeared in the wake of Freddy's Pizza being closed, but the safe rooms were sealed with Springtrap inside while Freddy's Pizza was still open. That's why there's a whole series of phone guy takes telling employees about the safe rooms, how to use them, and then, oh wait, no, we're closing them down, pretend like they never existed.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms will be sealed at both locations, including this one.
Due to budget restrictions, what does a safe room have to do with a budget restriction? You know what I mean? This is just like, if anything, it's just another fucking empty room.
More crews will be here most of the day today, constructing a false wall over the old store base. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you have anything inside, it is your own fault. Management also requests that this room not be mentioned family, friends, or insurance representatives.
If Mike were truly Springtrap, that would mean he never would have had the opportunity to get scooped and
Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives. If I heard my management saying some shit like that, guess who's the first person who's gonna hear about it is?
If Mike were truly Springtrap, that would mean he never would have had the opportunity to get scooped and turn purple since Circus Baby's rentals wouldn't have opened at that point, and he would have been trapped in the walls of the FNAF 1 location in the Springtrap suit. Lastly, if Mike were Springtrap, then who set fire to Fazbear Fright? I guarantee that fire was intentional. It was meant to finish off the last awful pieces of Freddy's legacy.
Right.
And Mike's really the only one possessing that sort of motive. William is the established killer who would be cocky, thinking that he got away from the spirits by hiding in his golden Bonnie suit, which seems very counter to how Mike behaves. Oh yeah, and let's also not forget Scott confirmed our theories on the killer being in Springtrap.
Yeah, and once again, the story was uncovered. Okay.
Years ago. If all of that doesn't convince you, hell, I look forward to watching your research.
All right, 12 pages
Oh
later.
my god, yo, somebody, they're like, hey, low-key, Matt kind of made that passive-aggressive. He was like, well, I'll be looking forward to your research. Okay, Matt, I don't have any research for you, all right? But what I do know is you definitely don't talk enough about Balloon Boy.
I'm finally ready to close this
Sassy
thing out.
about
But
it,
hey,
sheesh.
that's just a theory.
A game theory.
Now don't get mad at me when the new game comes out in a few weeks and everyone tells me to do another theory about it. Hey, and a very special thanks to
And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you.
Henry!
For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more waiting for you after.
Henry? I thought Henry died. What? Henry knows about the spirits. Henry knows about the spirits.
The smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole.
Michael. No, not Michael. Sorry. William. I got confused.
So don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
Friend? Friend? Okay, all right.
I know we didn't get along all the time, but condemning me to hell seems a bit extreme.
That's kinda
Seriously,
funny.
though, can we turn on some air conditioning here or something? It's getting a bit warm.
Lily, make a Balloon
wait,
Boy
it
theory
is
video.
Me because I'm wearing my snuggly new Game Theory merch. And you too can be getting hotter than a serial killer in a burning death trap, because starting right now, new merch is available.
Okay, anyway, you own that hoodie? Of course you fucking own that hoodie, Axel. This is not surprising whatsoever. Do you have the theory coin too? Do you have that too? Balloon Boy becomes the new Chat Bear. I have a lot of sons, okay? I have Chat Bear son, Balloon Boy son, all right? And I also have a son named Thomas. You guys don't need to know any more about him.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where let's just take a collective moment and get this all out of the way. Say it with me now. Another FNAF video. You said the last one was gonna be your last. Yeah, I know, but I also said this. Now, don't get mad at me when the new game comes out in a few weeks and everyone tells me to do another theory about it.
It's cop-out time! Cop-out! Cop-out! Cop-out time!
And true enough to form, that's exactly what happened. I released my final two-parter theory on the subject, and exactly 1 month later, FNAF 6, disguised under the fan-game-esque name of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, gets released. Now, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you all thought that Scott and I were the same person. Come to think of it, you have never seen us in the same room together at the same time. Anyway, the game came out over 2 months ago, and ever since, I've had countless people asking me for the theory. Over 10 people in the last week alone stopped me on the street and asked for a FNAF episode. And that's not even mentioning all the emails I've gotten in that time. So for Ben, Steven, Phil, Cassie, Matt, Lucas, Sarah, Alex, Matt,
wow,
and NBA Rookie of last year, Karl Anthony Towns, that's no joke actually, as well as everyone who has sent in.
That's my favorite thing, like celebrities or community celebrities, like they're real people. They're just real people. If I ever fucking found out that a fucking, like, sports celebrity, even though I have no idea who they are, was watching me, I'd be like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It'd be fun. It'd be fun. They're people. It's like when I found out teachers were watching me, all right? Can you imagine? Really? Can you imagine going inside of your classroom during, like, the teacher's non-office hours, and they're watching an anime girl on screen saying she loves to suck cock, and that she's been horny for the last, like, 2-3 weeks, like really badly, and that, you know, one time she got herself off to like Baymax porn? Like, could you fucking imagine that shit? I have people in here from the fucking military, bro. Crazy. Bless. Anyways.
Something requesting an episode on FNAF.
I should check to see if I still have that one.
This one and the next theory.
Oh, wait.
And maybe even a third one down the line at some point. Those are all for you. Now, FNAF 6 was a very different game from any of the ones that came before. Not because it had a weird roller coaster tycoon-esque metagame connecting all the security camera maintenance you've come to know and tolerate from this series, but because it's much more explicit than usual.
Explicit?
This game has a lot of talking,
right.
accompanied by clear visual storytelling to reinforce what you're hearing, meaning that a lot of the major plot points of this game are fairly easy to understand, which has got to be like a first for the entirety of this franchise. FNAF 6 is filled with a sense of finality. It's clearly meant to tie up all the loose ends and serve as the last game of the series. Or, let me be clear, the last part of the series covering what I'm gonna call the Purple Guy saga. It's like Dragon Ball Z up in here. A saga which begins with a series of murders that
was a
result
good
in
one. I like that.
coming to life, continues with the Afton family meeting with a series of terrible fates, and ends
Wait, hold on.
Ball Z up in here. A saga which begins with a series of murders that result in animatronics coming to life, continues with the Afton.
I don't think it continues with the Afton family. I thought it was supposed to start with the fucking Afton family.
Family meeting with
Hey, yo, autocorrect, don't embarrass me. Good, BC. Good. All right? I'm proud of you. Good. You know what? If you ever spell my name wrong, I want you to be like BC. You know how to... No, you ain't embarrassed. Nice. Great job.
ends with the spirits of everyone involved getting closure, one way or another.
Sorta
Because this
closure.
game feels much more obvious in its story, many online theorists have chosen to focus on the major story beats, actively ignoring the game's more unusual bits. The
What's so
wrinkles that
unusual?
don't
They're so
quite fit in
funny.
cleanly. But it's in those wrinkles that we find answers to some of the longest-held questions of the franchise, and the clues that we...
Wait, actually, yeah, you're right. This is Freddy, but these characters aren't like in the original franchise.
Unusual bits, the wrinkles that don't quite fit in cleanly. But it's in those wrinkles that we find answers to some of the longest-held questions of the franchise.
This is where I first saw Balloon Boy. I love Balloon Boy a lot. The Balloon Boy, you get a balloon from the Balloon Boy, and it goes ta-da! Woo!
And the clues that we need to finally put the whole puzzle together. So stick with me and prepare to get a little wrinkly like a toe left in the bathtub for too long. Because while today is certainly a theory, or rather multiple theories all in one episode, it's also me trying to open the door to you guys, equipping you with the information necessary to discuss the final points lingering around the edge of this mysterious
Whoa! Okay.
franchise, finally closing the book on the Purple Guy saga. Now,
Quote
before I get to
unquote
the deep
closing.
lore here, let me quickly run through the major reveals of this game just to make sure that we're all working with the same understanding. In the aftermath of FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigame, the spirits of Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Golden Freddy have all been put to rest, which left only the lingering threads of Springtrap with William Afton inside,
Yes.
Ennard with Baby inside,
Ennard with Baby inside. Oh, right. But, right, because Ennard left
Michael Afton, I'm a living corpse who used to have robot tentacles inside, and the
Right.
puppet with nothing inside. Prior to the release of this game, Scott's two websites, scottgames.com and fnafworld.com, were talking to each other in their source code. A conversation which showed Baby and Ennard getting into a fight, and Baby basically getting voted out of the tribe. Which
Oh,
is why in this new game, the two
no.
are once again separate entities. Ennard, in this game, assumes the form of Molten Freddy, which, adding in this game's other new edition of Rockstar Freddy, brings the total number of different Freddy forms across the entire series to 12. 12!
No way. What? There's not that. How? So you have Freddy, original Freddy, and then Golden Freddy, and then Nightmare Freddy, Toy Freddy. Was Freddy had a Toy Freddy, right? Right, Freddles, which is Toy Freddy. Oh, right, Shadow Freddy. Is Shadow Freddy Black Nightmare Freddy? That's 5. Toy Freddy isn't Freddles? What is there a Toy Freddy? Oh, ew. Okay, yeah, never mind. I can see that now. I can see that is definitely... Okay, he'll probably list them. All right.
12 different Freddys alone. And you'll wonder why this game is confusing to talk about. Baby, meanwhile, becomes Scrap Baby, complete with a lobster claw and roller skates because Scott was like, wee, it's my final game. I can make the designs whatever the hell I want to.
My quote-unquote
now is a cleft
final
chin, and heck,
game.
why not? There's a weird black bear named Lefty, because why the heck not throw a 13th bear onto the pile? Throughout the game, you're not only tasked with handling the best characters ever, featuring such standouts as #1 Crate and Mr. Hugs, but every
Mr.
night you'll find one of
Hugs!
your old friends out in that back alley, and it's your task per paragraph 4 of your employment contract to salvage that animatronic. Bring
no,
them into
it's
your
not.
establishment.
It's not your
If you are
task,
playing this
actually.
tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found...
See, you check it, but you need to actually make sure that you found something that meets the criteria.
found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
Fast forward a couple nights to the true ending of the game where we learned that
Paragraph 4? Wait a minute, they mentioned paragraph 4 in the last source code thing.
the whole pizzeria was just a trap made to lure the stray animatronics into the same place at the same time so that they and the horrors
Wait,
of
hold on.
Fast forward a couple nights to the true ending of the game where we learned that the whole pizzeria was just a trap made to lure the stray animatronics into the same place at the same time so that they and the horrors of Freddy Fazbear's could be finished off once and for all in a final blaze of glory, even though that technically happened once before in FNAF 3 and Springtrap survived. But hey, who's counting? Me, but, you know, that's what I do. And who of all people set up this trap? What is the identity of this mysterious
Is it morning for you,
well,
BC?
The first clue we get is actually in the closing monologue.
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
It's an old friend of William Afton.
Meaning like Springtrap is supposed to be there. Good morning, BC. Good morning.
And if that lack of a last name sounds familiar, well, it should. I mentioned this guy a lot during that dark period where I used information from the books for my sister
Dark period. Okay, buddy.
Theories. In the book series, he's the animatronic genius who partnered with William to create the Freddy bots. And this isn't only speculation. One of the secret endings, the insanity ending, proves that this is Henry. If during the game you buy this freak show egg creature for way too much
egg
money,
baby,
it causes your computer's power button to switch from green to
what?
blue. If you then hold the power button like you're starting the computer in safe mode, it causes a hidden record.
How are people supposed to fucking know that? How are people supposed to like know that you have to hold the power button? Did somebody accidentally hold the power button for too long? I love this little bitch. Look at him. Look at how fucking adorable he is. We just know. We just know. We just know. What kind of answer is that?
Recording to play. An audio tape that happens.
We know because it's FNAF, so what I'm hearing is that you guys literally try to break the game as much as you can. That's what I'm hearing.
To be labeled HRY, Henry. But the insanity ending shows us even more than just a light connection back.
Maybe it's like HRY for Harry Styles.
Back to the novels. As Henry talks
Watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high.
Talks about his regret over ever helping William create the animatronics and his plan to lure everyone together to finish this off once and for all. We're shown a series of secret blueprints. Most of them provide a bit more detail into how this wacky world works. We're shown that Afton's scooper from Sister Location functions by infusing things with, for lack of a better term, soul energy.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Remnant. This is how Michael was able to survive as a purple corpse post his entered enema. We also see that Molten Freddy, formerly Ennard, still contains the souls of Ballora, Funtime Freddy, and Funtime Foxy. And that
how do you know that? Where does it say that?
Our mission under paragraph 4 is to specifically collect and destroy the Remnant once and for all.
Remnant sounds like, remember when they made midichlorians a thing?
Remnant is destroyed by overheating, hence the fire at the end.
He still hasn't recovered from One Direction. What are you talking about? Recovered from One Direction disbanding? That song is from Harry Styles in his solo career. It was better. What do you mean?
Literally no one was asking for how to simulate children. The RASC, or Remote Activated Sim.
Told you it was a bad reason. So what is this reason for again? What is the reason behind these things then? What was the good reason? What was I questioning earlier but that you said a remnant kept him alive? Wow. Cop out alarm. Cop out alarm. Woo, woo, woo. Cop out alarm. Cop out alarm.
Simulated C, I'm assuming stands for child, simulates body temperatures of 98.6 degrees and then runs around making child noises. Hence how you're able to lure all the murderous animatronics around in this game.
Wait,
also
what?
Around stands for children. The rap that literally no one was asking for, how to simulate children. The RASC, or Remote Activated Simulated C, I'm assuming stands
what
for
the
child,
fuck?
simulates body temperatures of 98.6 degrees and then runs around making child noises. Hence how you're able to lure all the murderous animatronics around in this game, and also probably FNAF 3. But what's most surprising is the final blueprint. Lefty, that oddball black bear that just showed up in this game. A bear that, according to its acronym, is programmed to lure something by emitting a bracelet code and then encapsulate it with a combination of lullabies and controlled shocks. A bear suit that was made by Henry that has the sole purpose of capturing none other than the puppet. You can
Why
even tell
the
it's already
puppet?
accomplished its goal if you look closely at this rare screen you sometimes get when you boot up the game.
Oh, there you go. You can see the little puppet arms here, but why puppet specifically?
Striped arm of the puppet.
Well, what's
showing
wrong with
through
puppet?
The lefty animatronic. But it doesn't stop there. If you buy and then play the security puppet minigame 3 times over the course of your week in the restaurant, you see a child trapped outside the pizzeria wearing a bracelet. The puppet, a security device of all things, is trained to respond to her specific bracelet code, green, and so it chases her outside only to find her dying in the alley. Short-circuiting from the rain that's pouring down around it, it lies down next to her, and the two fuse into one. And this lines up with exactly what we hear in the game's true ending.
My daughter, if you can hear me, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to protect the innocent. I couldn't save you then, so let me save you now. It's time to rest, for you and for those you have carried in your arms.
Henry's daughter, the first victim, is the puppet, the one who gave life to everyone that came after her and gave peace.
Okay, so I just need to make sure it's not... this Henry's daughter is not supposed to be Charlie from the books, right? It's two different things, not supposed to be the same.
To their souls in FNAF 3. Finally confirmed after I'd been predicting it for 3 years since the release of FNAF 2. So there you have it. Henry from the books is now canon in the games. His daughter is the puppet trapped inside Lefty.
But why is Lefty trapping Puppet? Okay? And why is... Right? Oh, it's a different AU. Thank you so much, BC. I appreciate that. Book AU, right? Book alternate universe. That's so funny. To contain the puppet in the... Oh. Wait. Oh, so she doesn't leave. I see. But at the same time, okay. Now I want to know about Henry's daughter. Like, why it was like this in the first place.
Everyone, including Michael, dies in the FNAF 6 fire.
I still only believe that there's like 5 children, maybe. I don't know. Because now I'm still thinking like, okay, the first 5. And then what, the second? There's no children. Wait, there is children. What? Oh, God.
And baby's name is established as Elizabeth in Henry's closing monologue. It's all pretty cut and dry. I mean,
who?
Established as Elizabeth. Everyone, including Michael, dies in the FNAF 6 fire, and baby's name is established as Elizabeth in Henry's closing monologue. It's all...
That one looks... Okay, this one looks like the other game with the little pigtails that doesn't end... What? But it's not his daughter? Man.
Pretty cut and dry. I mean, if you want to get really deep, the images on the walls in the alley are actually blurry contracts. You can tell based on the bullet points and oddly short paragraphs, which I have seen more than enough time to identify at a glance. And all of that relates back to that theme of what is paragraph 4.
Elizabeth is Afton's daughter. Okay, so Elizabeth is baby, and that is Afton's daughter. So the idea of... Because I remember Matt was like, my bad, it wasn't Afton's daughter, because as you can see, Afton's like daughter's hair is not in pigtails in this other one, but this one is some shit like that. Remember that? You remember when he said some shit like that?
Which has been Scott's calling card for this game. The creepy imagery of the ventriloquist and clown that you also see in the alleyway.
He just meant that girl wasn't her, but that girl was the one with the twin tails. Right? The girl in FNAF 4 is the one with twin tails and pigtails. But the other girl, the one that was supposed to be Afton's daughter, isn't. But baby has pigtails. We know, but she doesn't matter.
Like a lot of people have been assuming, but rather it's just an artistic recreation of the Afton family. William is the ventriloquist. The dummy, who looks exactly like him, represents Michael Afton, who, as we know, looks just like his father, just a smaller version of him, and has to parrot back a lot of what his father tells him to do. Elizabeth, aka Baby, is the clown, for fairly obvious reasons, and the bear on the leash is just Crying Child, a child who is trapped and held back by his family, who ultimately dies in the hands of Fredbear. FNAF 6 even offers explanation explanations for the inappropriate costumes that were mentioned by the
What's even crazier is like crying child, right? Actually, it wasn't because of, I don't think it was because of William. That was because of Michael. Michael actually, right? Michael like literally bullied his brother and tossed his brother into this. So it's like, okay.
FNAF 6 even offers explanations for the inappropriate costumes.
Apologize forever,
bitch. Guy calls from FNAF 3. Yeah, you remember those?
Wait.
Family who ultimately dies in the hands of Fredbear. FNAF 6 even offers explanations for the inappropriate costumes that were mentioned by the phone guy calls from FNAF 3. Yeah, you remember those?
Until replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected.
They're the mediocre melodies crew from this game, which also happen to match up perfectly to the other masks that you see during FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigame. A green one is Happy Frog, the pink one is Pig Patch, Mr. Hippo is purple, there's some blue one for some reason. And then
Who made that? Who made that? That's fucking funny. Oh, you're gonna send your blood to work? Okay, have a good blood to work.
by the phone guy calls from FNAF 3. Yeah, you remember those?
Until replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected.
They're the mediocre.
What does that have to do with his costume, though? What does the mediocre melodies have to do with this costume at all?
Melodies crew from this Happiest Day minigame. A green one is Happy, and then Orville.
Like what? Does his fucking t-shirt that he wears for the night guard shift have mediocre melodies on them?
Elephant is the orange one with the long nose.
Oh, just saying that there aren't from the... Okay, okay.
FNAF 6 explains, and it explains a lot pretty explicitly, it leaves open 3 huge questions.
I remember that bitch!
3 questions that no one has been able to answer for the past 2 months until now. Or at least I'm pretty confident that I can.
If you guys don't know, check out the YouTube video we did, actually, or Axel edited, of me playing FNAF 6. I got really, really scared from that bitch.
I can answer 2 of those questions. For the 3rd one, I'm gonna need your help. Now, you don't need too much to get that true ending. You just salvage all the animatronics and survive all the nights. It's basic FNAFing 101. But there's another layer to this game. An ending that goes one step beyond just the base storyline. The Lore Keeper ending, where things start to get complicated in a hurry. To unlock it, you have to play 3 specific...
I love that these endings get just names that somebody, the first person who found that ending, just named it that ending, right? Unless it's like you got an achievement for getting the Lore Keeper ending.
Specific minigames through to completion.
You're fucking funny, huh, John? You're even funnier, huh, Axel?
Easy to explain. The others, though.
Okay.
To unlock it,
oh, you get an in-game certificate? Okay. That makes more sense, because I'm like, I went through all the endings of Stanley Parable, and none of these endings really, maybe like 2 out of 3, have an actual name for it.
You have to play 3 specific minigames through to completion. Security Puppet, Fruity Maze, and Midnight Motorist.
The rest of them are just people.
It's easy to explain. The others, though, are where the
They have canon names? Who gives the canon names, Axel? Like, did the creator of the Stanley Parable games say these are the different endings you can get? Okay, so they did. The devs did do it. Okay. I just want to know. Because, you know, like, for me, I don't see an in-game certificate for every ending I got off of Stanley Parable. Okay, so I like to see a little break me down that these are the endings and their names.
Start to pop up. In Fruity Maze, the game starts to become more and more unstable as you progress through the 3 levels. By the end of the 3rd stage, collectibles have transformed into slaughtered dogs and burial
what
flowers.
The fuck?
Your on-screen avatar is trailing bloody footprints, and the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl reflected in the
definitely
arcade
different,
screen
bro.
is crying. And for good reason, since standing behind her is none other than the purple guy, dressed in his golden best. Now, this one's confused a lot of online theorists.
She didn't
but
finish
in
the
my
game?
opinion, requires some
What game? Oh, I don't know. We're talking about Stanley Parable, sorry.
process of elimination to solve. FNAF 6 is all about tying up loose ends, right? And at this point, the puppet set the souls of FNAF's core 4 of Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica, as well as Golden Freddy free in the Happiest Day minigame.
Right.
Baby, the sister location crew, Springtrap, and the puppet are all taken care of by Henry and the true ending of FNAF 6, and the 3 toy animatronics from FNAF 2, which do seem to legitimately be tied to a security database, are scrapped at the end of their game. So who or what does that leave? Mangle. But I'm not saying that the girl is Mangle, I'm telling you it's her dog. Mangle is William Afton's first successful experiment with a remnant, dog remnant.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Which, now that I say it out loud, sounds a lot more like dog duty than miracle soul formula, but let me explain. We obviously see that the girl's crying, but it's not because she's scared. We actually see that Wiltrap is able to have a normal conversation with her, saying, "He's not dead. He's still alive. Follow me." She's crying because her dog died, as represented on the screen.
Who is this girl, dude? Who is this? Also, hello, Anne. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Is it actually that one?
And that's the he that William's referencing here. Your dog is not dead. He is still alive. And we have proof that William isn't lying about this either. It's an odd detail that I've never talked about, which is pretty incredible that after so many of these darn videos, I'm still pulling out random factoids to piece into this puzzle. But
classic
in the Save
map
Them
hat
minigame from way back in FNAF 2, you're in a building filled with 5 dead kids and Purple Guy. All the other animatronics are stationary except for one, Mangle. Alive and well, and unlike every other animatronic in the entire series, roaming around on all 4s. Even though Mangle technically walks around on 3 legs, but you get the point. A design decision so important that we see Scott keep it in Mangle's quest from FNAF 3 as well. Mangle is alive without the puppet giving him gifts or giving him life. So how is the Mangle animatronic moving in this moment? William, experimenting with animals and remnant. And as we see in the Fruity Maze, William uses the fact that the dog is still alive to lure this girl to her death, allowing her to be reunited with her dog forever. For more proof, notice that the dead dog in the Fruity Maze minigame is actually missing an eye, a detail that we see a chair with Mangle. Additionally,
is it missing an eye on that one though?
That actually doesn't possess any human-like noises. The core 4 all feature moaning, sighs, or laughs at various points throughout the series. Ballora, Baby, Springtrap, and the Fun Times all talk. Even the Nightmare animatronics breathe, which is a whole nother can of worms I'm not opening up today. But Mangle just has garbled radio noises, almost like its cognitive functioning is much less than all the other possessed creatures in the series. So that's Fruity Maze, but then comes the biggie, perhaps the most vague and bizarre.
So the idea of Fruity Maze and Mangle comes from this or whatever. The idea of it is, right? Just a random girl though, and then like lures to death and does nothing with the death.
Our moments from FNAF 6 come from the hidden Easter eggs in the final Lore Keeper minigame, Midnight Motorist. It starts simple enough, a top-down racer game, but glitch through an opening in the bottom of the track and suddenly you're on a rainy drive through a rural tree-filled landscape, visiting a bar named Junior's and eventually making your way to a lonely house hidden deep in the woods. Out pops the driver, and he's orange? Thanks, Scott. We finally solved the identity of Purple Guy, and you just had to throw in one final monochromatic mystery man. Orange Guy? I like to call him Mustard Man. He charges into the house and rages at the fact that
some people think the girl's the one who gets killed and possesses Chica. I thought that a kid possessed Chica. Or, I mean, I guess, yeah, you're right. You know what? It could have been any of them.
Someone, presumably call him Mustard Man, he charges into the house and rages at the fact that someone, presumably his son, has locked himself in his room. He goes around the back to find a way in, only to discover that the window is broken with a set of footprints and some bear tracks, leading to, quote, that place again. And that's it. The minigame abruptly ends there. No matter how many times you replay this game, it's always the same. It's weird, it's disturbing, and most of all, it's frustrating, since it seems to introduce all new characters in a game that's mostly about bringing every other character's story to a close. But are these truly new faces? No. Look first at the house. A lone house in a clearing surrounded by trees. Believe it or not, but we've actually seen this house before on the title screen to FNAF 4. A lone house in a clearing surrounded by trees.
Looks kind of close,
But
yeah.
both houses have two stories. Even the roofs look roughly the same.
Yeah, they
but now
do.
think back to a quote that I mentioned last episode about how Scott writes these stories. Quote, there have been other times, however, when my original intentions didn't come across clearly. In those instances, I make a point to clarify in the next game. FNAF 6 is all about clarifying, explaining Remnant, explaining the scooper, the puppet, and what's our connective tissue in this minigame? Someone sitting in a living room watching TV. And what did we see at the end of every night of Sister Location? Michael Afton going home after his shift to watch TV. That slouchy figure there may look like a balding grandma, but it's good old Mike Casual Bongos Afton himself binging on his Immortal and the Restless. And I can further prove it via his text. Scott has always roughly adhered to the convention of dialogue colors being important, and this final game is no exception to this rule. Green bouncer dude talks in green, orange guy talks.
Sorry, real quick. That girl that was supposed to be nothing in the game, though, like the other game, the one with the two pigtails, that girl has the same color hex code as the one who, like, puts everyone together. So why is she just nothing now? I'm just saying. Lily, what color do you talk in? Light blue, duh.
In orange, and Michael Afton on the couch talks in gray, exactly like he did when he was laughing at his crying brother back in FNAF 4. It's definitely a slightly different shade, but he's also the only one in the entirety of this series to speak in gray lettering. They also both wear gray shirts, only the truly fashionable match their t-shirt to their font color. Couple all of that with him watching TV.
Wait, so blue text gang, dude. Yeah, so I know everything is a theory anyways, and you had to change this out and that out, but still, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like, what happened? I thought that if you're gonna play around with the idea that they're all like close in text color or whatever, why didn't you go back on that one?
FNAF 4 title screen house, which always has a TV in it, and the character being protective over him, say a younger brother, and you have yourself the perfect portrait of the Afton family, which would make Orange Guy Purple Guy, otherwise known as William Afton. He's even got a signature purple car, the same one that we saw him use in the FNAF 2 Take Cake minigame before he killed off Henry's daughter.
What?
Orange Guy, Purple Guy, otherwise known as William Afton. He's even got a signature purple car, the same one that we saw him use in the FNAF 2 Take Cake minigame before he killed off Henry's daughter. But why? Why would Scott choose to make William Afton some color other than purple for like the first time ever in the final game in the series? The answer is actually kind of mundane, because by this point in the series, there are two different purple guys, William and his son. It would have been confusing from a storytelling standpoint, though I do gotta say, Scott, it's not that much better, since now you're swapping in a whole new color for a character who's been represented by another color the whole time. It's a bit confusing.
Okay, so, and then William kills Henry's daughter. Henry's daughter gets quote-unquote saved by Puppet, completely haunts the rest of the place. 5 other kids, and then Crying Child, which I don't know the name of, dies due to older brother being an asshole. 5 other kids die, in some other revenge shit thing, or I don't know, like just trying to find out remnants or whatever. Who knows? Okay, and then, okay.
Anyway,
yep.
what does all of this mean? Why, out of all things, did Scott choose to show us this random scene? What is he trying to explain about the story through the battle between an orange William Afton and a runaway child? All of that in just a few days. This video is really long already. Plus, in a game that tries to answer everything from the entirety of the series, what was in the FNAF 4 box? Was it truly left forgotten forever? Is Scott waiting to reveal its contents in a future game? Make sure you take a bite out of that
I don't think so. I don't think that's what he's trying to do. I think, well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. But he did say he wanted to just leave it like that. Oh, well, that was creepy looking. He did say he wanted to leave the box just the box. That's how much money this series gave him. He made a whole other intro just for the series. Bless you, Matt. One day, I want to be like you when I grow up.
Internet. Welcome to Game Theory in 2018. A
Bullet
show apparently dedicated
Woo, woo,
entirely
woo,
to
woo,
virtual
woo.
boxes. Loot box psychology, loot boxes as gambling, the treatise on the science of fictional cardboard boxes.
What is happening?
Like box episodes are the new FNAF episodes for the channel. Gotta milk 'em dry. Next episode should be on.
I love that. I love that you fucking know. See? There you go. Good job, Matt. Good job. I respect you.
I don't know, the orange box or something. But in all seriousness, the box tetralogy reaches its dramatic finale today as I cover what is perhaps the most infamous digital box of the last decade, FNAF 4's Locked Chest. Now, last episode we started to explore the idea that FNAF 6 is all about tying up loose ends. That as the last game in the Purple Guy saga, Scott's goal was to give us the information necessary to close the book on this chapter in Freddy's story. But to me, as someone who has studied these games inside and out, if there was one question that needed to be answered in a final game, it wasn't how Michael Afton was able to become a living purple corpse through Remnant, or how Henry was able to create a device that could somehow simulate child body temperatures. I didn't even care so much about the timeline at this point. No, what I wanted answered was the biggest lingering mystery of FNAF. What was in the box? Rewind back to FNAF 4, the game that utterly wrecked everyone's understanding of this franchise. You beat the game, you get the iconic line of, "I will put you back together," and then boom, a literal mystery box that would make the likes of J.J. Abrams proud, accompanied by the lines,
"What's in the
"Perhaps some
box?
things
What's
are
in
best
the
left
box?"
forgotten for now. But you know what? I never forgot. The fans never forgot. And I don't think Scott forgot either. So
Man really just decided, nope, you should forget.
now, 2 years, 3 games, and 4 books later, I think I'm finally ready to break open the locks and reveal what was supposed to be in this thing versus what actually was in the thing. Because I have reason to believe that the contents of the box have changed 3 separate times, and that now, in the wake of FNAF 6, Scott has already shown us what is inside the box. Let me explain. FNAF 4 was released on July 23rd, 2015, and with it, the mysterious box ending. Exactly 1 month later, August 24th, Scott made a post on Steam referencing a Halloween update for the game, an update where he had considered opening the box. Quote, "I wanted to post some information about the upcoming Halloween update. I started off a few months ago with several ideas in mind for what I wanted to release, ranging from DLC to a new game to opening the box, more on that later, but now I've been working steadily and have a pretty clear vision going forward." End quote. So, why wasn't the box included as a part of that update? Well, he explains it later in the post. Quote again. Now, I want to talk about
I'm actually quite curious at this point what he did choose to retcon. You know what I mean?
what won't be included, the box. You know,
oh, so
the
it has
game
changed.
over a year ago, I was amazed at how quickly everyone found every bit of lore and story. Then the same happened with Part 2. Then Part 3 came out, and once again,
okay.
The story was uncovered by the community. But then I released Part 4, and somehow no one, not a single person, found the pieces. The story remains completely hidden. I guess most people assume that I filled the game with random Easter eggs this time. I didn't. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. But the bigger question is, would the community accept it that way? The fact that the pieces have remained elusive this time strikes me as incredible and special. A fitting conclusion in some ways, and because of that, I've decided that maybe some things are best left forgotten forever. End quote.
That's actually really sweet and very cool. And also, now I'm curious what he really intended in the very beginning for FNAF 4.
Quote. So clearly in the month after the release of the game, disappointed that the mysteries were staying hidden, Scott had already changed his mind about what he wanted to do with this box. And I just gotta say, Scott, my man, you didn't even give me a shot at this.
Like that in that in that sense, then maybe all these things that Matt is saying about FNAF 4 is just not real. It's just not there. It really is just a bunch of random Easter eggs. You know what I mean? Because if so, then they would have quote unquote already opened up the mystery and you would already know what's quote unquote inside the box.
This one. You change your mind about a game's fundamental mystery in a month? I mean, in that amount of time, all I could do was release a rushed-out, retrofitted prediction theory because I was stuck in con season when the game was released. Give a theorist some slack, man! So that begs the question of...
Excuses, Matt. Excuses!
What he originally intended to be in the box. My theory, toys, a badge, a hospital wristband, and a picture of what eventually became known as the Afton family. The only time we would ever see them truly happy in this franchise. Remember, FNAF 4 was meant to be the final game in the series, and based on all the clues Scott left prior to the release of Sister Location, he absolutely intended for Freddy's to be a story told in the mind of a child. Maybe not so much in dreams, like Dream Theory would indicate, but perhaps in a coma, or on the kid's deathbed. I mean, sure, let me be clear, yes, there was absolutely a real-life string of murders informing this kid's visions, as evidenced by the puppet and the murder outside the restaurant. But I mean, look at what he just said in that Steam post. Most people assume that I filled FNAF 4 with random Easter eggs. I didn't. And now look at everything that lines up in this game. Toys that match the look and behavior of the toy animatronics. People getting shoved into suits.
Okay, but tell me why Toy Chica is actually really adorable looking. Toy Chica literally is just so cute looking. I know that it's supposed to be like a jump scare and shit, but aren't they so adorable?
By a guy hidden in shadows that would probably look like a murder to a young child. A boy carrying a balloon to inspire balloon.
You said she was terrifying earlier? Yeah, but I've watched like a few hours now. It's different.
Boy. Bullies who wear masks that perfectly match the nightmares. Shadows that would literally inspire shadow animatronics. A mangled toy. The concept of a plush Bonnie that bites you. A child's phone and a child's fan to simulate the night guard desk. People walking around in animatronic suits like Springtrap. A grandfather clock like you would find in your home going off to signal the end of the night. The list goes on and on and on. And even though he'd moved on with the story, Scott still wanted us to figure it out, which is why on our October 5th, 2015 GT Live, Scott crashed the live stream.
He did
giving
not.
us explicit
He
clues
did
to
not.
figure it out. 4 games, 1 story.
Oh, that
why
one.
is
Yeah,
Toy
yeah,
Chica
yeah.
missing her beak, and what is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood.
He did.
in the
I do
mind
remember
of a
this one.
child. All 3 clues again pointing to the conclusion of some sort of coma theory, with the box containing the items alluding to that story. Toys and plushies to show where all the ideas for the animatronics came from. A badge to
I really feel that it's just one thing.
show that this kid's father worked at the restaurant as a security guard. A hospital band to make it clear that the child was rushed to the hospital in the aftermath of the Fredbear bite, and a happy family that we see shattered in the aftermath of a stupid prank.
Yeah,
This box is
Braga!
locked
Congrats
and
on your
hidden away in
sub!
an attic or a basement when the child dies. The memories it contains are too tough to bear. But the line of, would the community accept it that way, is the key phrase.
Sorry, hold on. I definitely gotta go see Toy Chica R34. I see. Interesting.
In all of this. Scott knew that the story, as he envisioned it, would be controversial for a fan base that was literally comparing shades of purple across the series.
That was you, my man. It was you. Don't just say the fan base. It was also you.
He had a solution to the story that he wanted to tell, but was now trapped by his own success. People were too interested in his mystery box, which is why Sister Location and everything afterward emphasized more real-life events. Scoopers and Remnant and literal purple people walking.
So that's what they think. They think that straight up the stuff in the box was supposed to tell the full family story. Wait, no, because then... Right... Like, it was supposed to tell the full family story, but then, you know, would the community be okay with that? So, I mean, like, I don't know why he would then make Sister Location and FNAF 6 more story-based. I don't know. Yeah.
Walking around outside. But before he got to that point, there was one other course correction. FNAF World, the pimply-faced puberty of the franchise. The game that, also like puberty, everyone wants to forget, including Scott himself. And it was here that Scott tried to unveil the mystery of the box a second time. If you play through the game normally, you would never see any connections to the box. You would just play through this bizarre fever dream of an RPG and then finally kill Scott Cawthon himself as the final boss of the game. Yeah, in case you skipped over FNAF World, Scott is one of the final bosses and complains about how obnoxious the fans of the series can get. It is strange, it is funny, certainly meta, and most undeniably passive-aggressive. Anyway, if you linger on the opening dialogue between your character and Fredbear, you unlock a hidden quest that lurks beneath the surface of the game that was undoubtedly meant to tie into the mystery of the box.
The Radio Demon 683 is now boarding. Welcome to Label Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight.
Help him find his way. The him we're helping is FNAF 4's bite victim, and we know this from the opening dialogue. Quote, something has gone wrong. That's why I'm here. But I won't let the same happen to you. I will put you back together.
Ooh.
The classic FNAF 4 line. So infuriatingly vague. Anyway, that line confirms that the you being talked about here is the bite victim, that the something has gone wrong is referring to the bite itself, and that the yellow eyes doing the talking, the one who is trapped here, is the puppet. From here, your secret quest is to find a series of clocks and complete mini-games that directly relate to the steps necessary.
Wait, what are you saying? What are you... You can do a lot in FNAF World. MatPat literally talked too long and accidentally found a secret. Which secret are you referencing?
To unlock FNAF 3's Happiest Day ending. You push Balloon Boy into a box, you press 4 arcade buttons, you...
The one with the glitched Freddy just now? Is that not supposed to happen?
The surface of meta and most undeniably passive-aggressive. Anyway, if you linger on the opening dialogue between your character and Fredbear, you unlock a hidden quest that
oh my god, look at his face! Look at his face! He's genuinely surprised. Okay, so if you like wait too long, basically. Okay.
Surface of the game that was undoubtedly meant to tie into the mystery of the box. We're told that the quest requires us to, quote, leave breadcrumbs for him to help him find his way. The him we're helping is FNAF 4's bite victim, and we know the classic you being talked about doing the talking, the one who is trapped here is the puppet. From here, your secret quest is to find a series of clocks and complete mini-games that directly relate to the steps necessary to unlock FNAF 3's Happiest Day ending. You push Balloon Boy into a box, you press 4 arcade buttons, you set up 4 cupcakes, etc., etc. If you do everything correctly, your secret ending reads as follows. Quote, we're still your friends. Do you believe that? The pieces are in place for you. All you have to do is find them. And we know from FNAF 3 that the pieces are indeed found. On the cutscenes between nights, we find the clues that FNAF World left for us hidden in the hallway, telling us to do things like double-click Balloon Boy and collect the 4 cupcakes, which then enables us to complete the glitched minigames and release the spirits once and for all. But the important line of this FNAF World ending is, the pieces are in place for you. A line that very intentionally mirrors the language Scott used to describe the contents of the box in the first place. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. And if you
But what exactly is the pieces? You know what I mean? He's saying that it's...
think that this is just a place. Very intentionally, world ending is the games and release this balloon bowl that the pieces are indeed found. To do is between nights, we find the clues that FNAF World left for us hidden in the hallway, telling us to do things like double-click Balloon Boy
like that
and
means that
collect the 4 cupcakes, which
that means that it's like saying those are the pieces.
Then enables us to complete the glitched minigames and release the spirits once and for all. But the important line of this FNAF World ending is, the pieces are in place for you. A line that very intentionally mirrors the language Scott used to describe the contents of the box in the first place. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. And if you think that this is just a linguistic coincidence, it's not. Remember, Scott doesn't do coincidence, because here's the real shocker. While trolling through the game's texture files, Reddit user Poi2010-201, or at least his was the earliest post that I could find discussing this discovery, found that FNAF 4's box was actually hidden in FNAF World's code.
No
but it
way!
wasn't just the box, it was a texture of the box, unlocked and opened. So
no
for a
way!
second time, we clearly see that Scott had plans to reveal what was inside his mystery box. Which then begs the question, what was in it this time? And honestly, it's hard to say. As you can probably tell, FNAF World played with the lore of the main series in some very unusual ways. For instance, the clock quest showed that this weird, self-aware video game world was somehow able to influence the events of the real world, leaving breadcrumbs in the real world that you would be able to follow in FNAF 3. But because the game ends with the line, "the pieces are in place for you to follow," it implies that the guard we're playing as in FNAF 3, the one who is actually finding these clues, was the bite victim, which then opens up an entirely different can of worms. And if it's all true that the puppet is stuck in—
I don't think that Scott meant to do that whatsoever. I really don't. I think that theorists just fucked it up. Like, I think they just went, oh, it's meant for you know, and I don't completely agree with, I don't know. It's just, it's something. Yeah, it's just, I don't really feel that way.
In this weird nebulous FNAF world, then the world of the game is literally, or symbolically, limbo or death. Anyway, it's very messy. If I were to guess—
maybe, Matt, just think about it, okay? Maybe this really is, maybe on the other side of the Hudson River really is just a random green light. You ever think about that? Maybe it's just a random green light, okay, buddy?
Got planned on FNAF World, the game actually being the box. A game that literally contained all the pieces of this franchise put together. Yeah, it's a bit symbolic and half-baked, but, you know, so was FNAF World. But it was here that the mystery would change direction yet again. This time, though, it wasn't the community that prompted the change, but rather Scott himself, who made it clear that he was dissatisfied with FNAF World as a rushed and unpolished release.
Oh, damn, that sucks.
It off to its own little segment of the franchise. And in the process, he retconned its story to focus on the new, more human drama-esque direction that the series would take moving forward. You can see this actually through creative changes like the game's new ending, which revealed Henry and Baby for the very first time, as well as some lines that got added between updates, with glitched Fredbear foreshadowing.
Okay, so it got quarantined and and then this is after, what update is this? Update from where?
Segment of the franchise. And in the process, he retconned its story to focus on the new, more human drama-esque direction that the series would take moving forward.
So what, the rest of the games got updated? Oh, this was FNAF World 1.2. Okay.
You can see this actually through creative lines that got added between updates, with glitched Fredbear foreshadowing something terrible coming, aka Baby. Instead of being focused backwards on details from previous games like the bite victim and the FNAF 3 minigames, the game was now looking forward to a game that had yet to be released, which left the box and the resolution it promised for the entirety of the Freddy story once again abandoned. And when both Sister Location and FNAF 6 rolled credits with no mention of boxes, that's exactly where it seemed like it would stay, forgotten forever. But
until,
for as convoluted as the
that's
story
what I thought.
Is, Scott cares too much about it, and cares too much about this community to leave a mystery
I don't know.
this big
I don't know
unanswered.
about
My first
that.
thought about connecting the box to the new game was Candy Cadet, the best character to ever come out of this franchise.
Candy.
If you
Candy Cadet is so funny. The sucky part is the first time I think the first or second time I ever used Candy Cadet, I got the very long-winded, like, secret lore version, and I had, like, no idea. I didn't even pay attention to the fucking story. First time, yeah, it was really confusing. I used Candy Cadet. First time I ever used it, I got the really apparently rare secret ending. Or, like, the secret Easter egg or whatever, and I, like, could not understand this story whatsoever. I was like, okay, weird.
Candy Cadet enough times and give him enough tokens, he'll tell you one of 3 separate stories,
yeah,
all sharing the same general theme of 5 objects merging into one object and then being put into a box.
What?
In the first, 5 keys are melted together into one key by a mother trying to save imprisoned kids, with everyone dying trapped in their own room. The second has 5 kittens in danger of being eaten alive by a snake, the remains of which get sewn together and stored in a shoebox.
What the hell?
And the third is the most uplifting story, as 5 orphans get adopted by a man who wants to protect them from a burglar, and it doesn't go so well.
He left one day to buy food, his heart being filled with gladness, but returned to find that the burglar had chosen his home, and killed all 5 of the children. The man could only afford one coffin, so he stitched the 5 bodies together to make one, and buried the child. That night, there was a knock at the door.
I fucking love the air horn noises so much. The air horn noises are the best thing about the second best thing. The best thing, no, the third best thing. You know what? The second best thing. The first best thing is Helpy. The second best thing is that, and that the third best thing is Balloon Boy. It's so fucking funny. Genuinely. Okay. I think maybe that's, oh, fuck, no. 'Cause I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, is that maybe the thing? The you know, the baby and all of them, like, being putting all of them together to make them, like, the ultimate robot or whatever, but then I remember that was only 4. So what? Balloon Boy is no longer best, huh? Balloon Boy will and always will be my son. Am and always will be my son. I love Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy. I don't even play. You have to remember, I don't play the game. So the only thing I know about Balloon Boy is the fact that Balloon Boy is an actual real fucking character. And MatPat will literally shit out theories about everything. He's gonna take a giant fucking piss and say, suddenly Golden Freddy is the mother, and he can't say one damn good thing about Balloon Boy.
Clearly, the Candy Cadet stories were making some connection to boxes, but what did all these stories mean? Characters getting stitched together immediately.
I think I got the one with the key.
Made me think of Ennard, but even at Ennard's peak, he only had 4 characters inside of him. Freddy, Foxy, Ballora, and Baby. So that one didn't quite work out.
See, that's what I was thinking.
5 children killed as a part of the missing children's incident, but their souls individually ended up in animatronics rather than being put together and crammed into the same box. There are 5 other games in the series, so maybe this is all a meta commentary about the franchise itself, but then what would it mean to stitch them together? Just solve the story? Were the stories fixating on different moments of the Freddy timeline? Suffice it to say, Candy Cadet led me straight to a dead end. A dead and stitched together end, that is. I gotta say, I scoured the game. I knew the box was hidden here somewhere, and I suspected that Candy Cadet was involved in some way, but I was so overwhelmed with information at this point. Clues whirling.
This is what it is, right? You're so like, what is that called? Like, affirmative bias, okay? Like, you have so much information and so much that you think is going right. This is like the full affirmative bias thing, right? Confirmation bias. Yes, you're right. Confirmation bias. I feel like there's a lot of that with Matt.
Past me, vague mini-games and stories that had no concrete answers. Details of games upon
no,
games,
Avarice. This is no, absolutely not. Fuck no.
All of these separate pieces, and then finally, the storm cleared.
What I'm hearing is you guys hate me. That's what I'm hearing every single time you guys are trying to get me to go through a theory thing.
And it all clicked.
No, I refuse. I refuse.
Of the game. During the true ending, Henry calls in to unveil his trap.
You have all been called here. Into a labyrinth of sounds and smells.
Tunic is a game. Okay, I thought that straight up was like a theory, like a theory YouTuber, and I was like, fuck no, dude.
Misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit. A maze with no prize.
We then see the schematics of the ventilation system we've been working with throughout the entire game. We see it for a long time as the center square, the actual pizzeria filled with kids, fades away. And what we're left with is a familiar shape.
A box!
A rectangular box. A locked box. A box with no exit. A box where, according to our responsibilities in paragraph 4, we put all the pieces together by salvaging the remaining animatronics, playtesting the minigames for all of the hidden lore, and finally bring the FNAF storyline to its end once and for all. As we bring this story to a close, what did Scott finally decide to do with the box? He made it Henry's trap in FNAF 6 to lure the final pieces together and finish him off once and for all. Like Candy Cadet told us over and over again in its 3 stories, the box is filled with 5 dead things becoming 1. 5 children killed, sewn together, and buried in one coffin. 5 dead kittens, sewn together and kept in one shoebox. 5 keys melted together and torched in one room. And in our case in FNAF 6, 5 animatronics trapped in one pizzeria simulator and burned. And this works
that's only 4 there. I think you have to grab the other one.
any way that you count it. Baby, Springtrap, and Molten Freddy, who we know according to his blueprint has 3 animatronics in him, thus making 5, or you can count it Baby, Springtrap, Molten Freddy, Puppet, and our character who we play as Pizzeria Simulator, and Burn. And this works any way that you count it. Baby, Springtrap, and Molten Freddy, who we know according to his blueprint has 3 animatronics in him, thus making 5, or you can count it Baby, Springtrap, Molten Freddy, Puppet, and our character who we play as Michael. 5 characters, all essential to the FNAF
Wait, Michael dies?
story brought into one box to die. Even Henry himself has a role
What? No, Michael, you know that Springtrap's gonna stay alive again. What are you doing?
story brought into one box to die. Even Henry himself has a role here in the Candy Cadet stories. He's the innocent of those stories, the one who started with good intentions who ultimately fails to protect those under his care. He's the mom who lets the kids burn. He's the kid who leaves the snake's cage open. It's Henry's negligence that allows the snake, the burglar William Afton, to claim so many lives. We hear him lament this in the Insanity ending.
It's only now that I understand the depth of the depravity of this creature, this monster that I unwillingly helped to create.
This was Scott's subtle nod to the box in FNAF's final game. The way to work it in after all the twists and turns his story had to take over the years. Was it what he originally intended for it? Absolutely not. Is it the most obvious explanation? Not by a long shot. But when you consider that this animatronic empire started as one big unexpected twist in Scott's life and was then fueled by a story full of not so obvious narrative moments, having the box end up being a symbol for the franchise's
Honestly, this part here where it's like
monster that it's only now that I understand the depth of the depravity of this creature, this monster that I unwillingly helped to create.
This was Scott.
Right? That thing there, I'm like, man, I wonder if Scott ever feels that way. You know what I mean? He chooses to burn, he should be dead, but I don't think that Springtrap died. I just can't imagine. Like, for some reason, I feel like it didn't.
From Scott's original description, it feels special, a fitting
You remember that one part in Spy Kids 2, I think, where he's like, do you think that God too stays in heaven in fear of the things that he's created? You know, like when he says that shit, it's like, whoa.
Conclusion. And with that, there's only one theory left to go. The analysis I promised for Midnight Motorist and the mystery of the Lorekeeper graves. 2 questions.
Oh, interesting. What the fuck is that? I know Jeremy. I know Fritz. Who are these 3?
That close out these games for what feels like the final time, but begin to point towards what the future might hold for the Freddy's series.
The kids? These are the kids? Wait a minute. Aren't the fucking security guards' names were like Jeremy and Fritz? Fritz. Yeah, those are the night guards. Yes, but don't worry about it. Okay, that shit. Alrighty, gotta. Whoa! It's the cop-out alarm. Cop out, cop out. Sounds like a cop-out to me.
For what feels like the final time, but begin to point towards what the future might hold for the Freddy's series. More on that soon. Not next episode, since if I do more than 2 of these things in a row, people get really mad at me, but definitely.
People get really mad at you. Okay, if people get really mad at you, you keep doing them. Why? The money.
Soon, since I want to put this thing to rest as much as you guys. I could use, at the very least, a complete refresh on this whole thing and start from scratch again. So ring the bell to ensure that we all close out the Freddy saga together. And in the meantime, remember, that's just a theory.
A game theory.
Thanks for watching.
Woo! Oh, God. No, it's not it. There's like, this is like episode 17 of 57 episodes. We got to do another before we break for the night. Is that what you're saying? We have to do another before we break for the night. It's required. It's like part 2. I don't know. This one ends pretty well. But sure, the next one is called FNAF Stumped Me. So hopefully he shuts up forever. I know he won't.
I give up.
But
Scott, you beat me. I can't solve FNAF. I can't. But I'm close. So darn close. And this time, I need you guys to come in.
what the fuck? I'm gonna be right back real quick. Alrighty. Okay. Let's get it started. Wow, okay. A whole
Hello,
different
Internet.
intro.
Welcome to Game Theory, where the fourth closet is a recording closet. Now,
What? No captions for this one?
most of you are probably confused about that opening reference, which means that you haven't implanted Scott Cawthon with an RFID tracker that follows his every movement. Fortunately, I have, which means that I can tell you two things. One, Scott spends a lot of time on the toilet. Gotta stop maxing out the spicy salsa at Chipotle, Scotty C. Us old people gotta watch our digestive biomes. And two, the FNAF series may have quote-unquote ended with FNAF 6, but our time with the 13 variations of the same darn animatronic bear are far from over, because Scott has been quietly working away on his pièce de résistance.
Hold on. I want to see this. Oh no, because it's not accurate anymore, because now we have like another FNAF game.
Ultimate Custom Night. All variations of the same way on his pièce de résistance. Ultimate Custom Night. All your favorite characters from all the games attacking you all at the same time. 51 characters all able to be cranked up to level 20. I gotta be real, Markiplier, might be time to be giving up your FNAF crown. That means there can only be one. Doko, save us. You're our only hope.
Oh
anyway,
my
if you're
God!
wondering why this episode took so long to come out,
That's so funny.
That's one of the big reasons why. I was afraid that, like the last custom night, I'd be working on the theory and the DLC would come out with hidden scenes explaining the lore, and then suddenly I'd have to contend with even more purple people puking up robotic spaghetti in the middle of the streets. But based on Scott's playtesting, we're right now...
What do you mean Doko actually did? Like, why does Markiplier have to give this up at all? He beat 50 at 50. What does 50-20 mean? So what you're saying is Markiplier is pretty well known to beating a lot of these different FNAF modes. And he could not beat that one, right? But Doko was able to beat that mode. I see. Okay. And then after he beat that mode, Scott was like, okay, I will allow you to kiss my fucking foot for a good 1 second.
He's averaging a survival time of 15 seconds. It looks like I may have an opening here. Since it's been a while, let me remind you that we've already covered a lot of ground here in videos 1 and 2 of the series. Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator, otherwise known as FNAF 6, was created with the intention to tie up a lot
Scott
of loose
challenged
ends, both for
Doko
Scott
to beat
and for the
50-20
game
mode, but what? Scott didn't challenge. He didn't challenge Markiplier.
We learned that William's business partner Henry, who we were first introduced to back in FNAF World and later in the novels, does in fact play a role in the mainline series of the games. Henry is canon. In FNAF 6, he creates a simulated pizzeria to serve as a trap, luring in all the remaining animatronics. One could say it was a locked box to put all the pieces together. Henry then pulls a Thanos and turns everyone into an ashy pile.
I'm not feeling too good, Foxy.
Henry's hit list included Springtrap, aka
Markiplier isn't a FNAF YouTuber? Then why did Markiplier even have the FNAF crown at any point in time? Right? Firstly. Because he was like, Markiplier, you need to give up your FNAF crown, maybe. Right? And then what? So Dawko is a FNAF YouTuber? Dawko only does FNAF?
The metaphorical purple guy, Baby, aka William's daughter Elizabeth, Ennard, aka the combination of Molten Freddy / Ballora / Funtime Foxy, your player character Michael Afton, aka the literal purple guy who puked up robot spaghetti, and the newcomer Lefty, like Wally but with less robot lovey-dovey and more robot stabby-stabby. We learn through the hidden insanity ending and other in-game clues that Lefty is a containment suit, built specifically by Henry to lure and trap the puppet, which is possessed by the
okay, but now I'm questioning, right? My question is, so what? Dawko only does FNAF. I'm going to have to assume that if a YouTuber being a FNAF YouTuber, oh, Dawko literally only does FNAF. Okay, that's understandable then. Yeah, never mind. That should make sense.
Of his deceased daughter, who remains nameless. The insanity ending also gave us clues as to how the Funtime animatronics function. Unlike the OGs, the Funtimes are heated up and infused with remnant. It's basically soul juice that's extracted from kidnapped
Midichlorians.
children. But that was all just surface stuff. Through our analysis of the Fruity Maze minigame and clues from FNAF 2, we were able to piece together that this dead dog is probably Mangle, and that this girl becomes one of Afton's early victims. It's clearly not his daughter, notice the eye color, and it's not Henry's daughter, notice the hair color, so it must be one of William Afton's victims. And that's pretty much everything we covered in my last 2 videos. But now it's time to get to the new stuff, starting with this girl. Not only do we know that this is one of William Afton's earliest victims, we also know that her name is Susie and that she goes on to possess Chica. That's right, we can identify her based on this image. If you manage to find all the game's Easter eggs, you unlock the Lore Keeper certificate and a final screen at the end of the game, a hillside filled with gravestones. Graves with a very diverse set of names. 5 in the foreground with 1 name obscured and 1 in the back with, again, the name hidden from view. Trust me, I tried my best to pull a CSI on that one. Enhance. Enhance again. Enhance a 3rd time. Damn it, Scott! Anyway, this imagery should seem pretty familiar, right?
That's pretty
4
good. That's funny.
graves with 4 names, 3 boys and a girl, which perfectly matches up to our core 4 animatronics. 3 boy robots and a girl robot. To further
that's
solidify the point, look
why.
at how the graves are arranged. It's a pattern that's identical to the arrangement of the masks in the good ending of FNAF 3. Even down to the girl character being 3rd in line and slightly behind the other 2.
Understandable.
I think you know the answer to that by now. Then you have this mysterious 5th grave hidden off to the side. That one definitely contains the soul of whoever winds up possessing Golden Freddy, but more on that one later. And lastly, there's this
whoever winds up possessing Golden Freddy. So you guys are still when I say you guys, I mean literally MatPad, you're still not convinced of your own fucking final theory of who Golden Freddy is? Of Crying Child?
one overlooking them all. Up on the top of the hill, that's the puppet. Henry's daughter, the one who watches over the rest. 6 main characters, 6 graves, and the same—
Well, that just pisses me off, right? It was a good, and it gets more complex soon. Everybody needs to stop shitting out theories. I can't keep up.
6 characters that we see fade away during the happiest day minigame at the end of FNAF 3's good ending. In short, what the gravestone scene is revealing to us is who these victims are, with Susie as Chica. That also means Freddy is really named Gabriel, Foxy is Fritz, and Bonnie is Jeremy. It's also relatively easy to figure out the name on the puppet's grave, Charlie, or Charlotte, one of the two. We know this not through the games, but rather through the books. But the books aren't canon, I hear you saying, and you're absolutely right, they're not. But they're starting—
The books are canon in an alternate universe. Just like in an alternate universe out there somewhere, thanks to quantum physics, I am a Michelin star chef.
To cross over very heavily. For instance, the entire reveal of William Afton having a business partner named Henry.
So
he was
true,
first introduced
bestie.
in Silver Eyes long
Everybody
before
needs to spread that on Twitter now, okay? Just tried Lily Bell's food. Literally so amazing. Lily Bell makes the best food ever. Holy shit, can't believe I actually got to hang out with Lily Bell. I loved having dinner with her. You understand that? You understand that? There you go. In an alternate universe, you're roomies with Don Hung. In an alternate universe, I'm on Don Hung's fucking dick right now.
location ever came out. You ever wonder about this weird wolf poster hanging in the alley?
It's
of FNAF 6?
Bengals!
It's actually one of the twisted
Oh,
animatronics
boo.
from the second novel, The Twisted Ones, who are programmed to hide during the day by burying themselves in shallow graves, then dig themselves up at night to roam the countryside looking for innocent victims to vor. And wouldn't you know it, but that's exactly what we see hinted at in the FNAF 6 minigame Midnight Motorist. By going through the game's secret exit and then plowing your car into this random area between the trees, you're able to get out in a clearing in the middle of a forest, and in the upper left corner of the screen is a pile of unmarked dirt.
Is this an accident?
The game doesn't acknowledge it at all, but very clearly it is intentionally there. It's super random, right? It is until you read The Twisted Ones. Or have me read it for you, because seriously, that's why I'm here. Page 74, quote, "When Charlie reached the backyard..."
In an alternate universe, not only did Don Hung perform CPR, he did it on my pussy.
She stopped dead. Before her were 3 huge holes in the ground. They looked like graves. Something climbed out of these. End quote. So clearly, even though the books aren't canon, there is significant crossover with the characters and events from the series. In the books, Henry had a daughter named Charlotte. In the games, Henry has a daughter who goes on to become the puppet. It only makes sense for them to share the name. Hence, gravestone number 5.
I mean,
But
I
it's
guess,
gravestone
sure.
number 6, where, I gotta be honest, after months of brainstorming, working and reworking sequences of events and analyzing imagery, I have to regrettably admit defeat. You heard that right. For the first time ever on the show, I have to throw in the towel.
Oh, God.
Now, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of leads here. Loose threads that I know go somewhere, and I feel like I'm just a step or two away from putting it all together, but I just can't quite do it, and I hate to admit it, and honestly, that is the other reason why this video has taken so long for me to write and put together. I didn't want to admit defeat. I didn't want to come to you without a complete idea of what was going on, but honestly, at this point, I'm almost out of ideas, and I need your help, or maybe even a little helpful nudge from Scott Cawthon in the comments to help put it all together, which honestly could be a very cool group project.
And he, in fact, did not throw in the towel.
For all of us to work.
But he, in fact, has admitted defeat multiple times by now.
On together. Anyway, let me explain. Grave 6 obviously belongs to Golden Freddy, and once we know that name, we'll finally be able to uncover the source behind the mysterious repeated messages of "It's me" that have been popping up.
I'm pretty sure you already know the source of it. You just don't have a name for it.
F1. It is a huge deal. And here's the biggest twist of them all. We're not shooting in the dark here. Scott has already given us all the information that we need to solve what the name actually is. You see, the trio of novels isn't the only book that Scott Cawthon's released. Late last year, Scott released the Five Nights at Freddy's Survival Logbook.
That's a whole other survival book. There was another survival book, and then this one's a survival, the second survival book?
Activity workbook for kids filled with things like simple quizzes about the games, drawing projects, and writing prompts. The theme is that you're a new night guard at the Freddy's restaurant.
Wait, this is actually very, the other was a strategy guide, and then this is what? Just like an activity book? Book? What the fuck? Whose voice did I borrow? Hey, quantum physics, drop yourself, okay? I don't have that Yeah, you gotta go back to whatever universe you came from. That's not my fucking accent. Jesus. Okay? So this is like an activity book?
It's adorable until you
Hey, I've actually thought about doing... you know what? I'm gonna keep it a secret. Thanks.
realize it's a book asking kids who their stuff would go to when they die a gruesome, horrific death trapped inside a furry suit. It's some dark, dark stuff. But perhaps the darkest part of the book is the dabbing chica. Anyway, things start to feel...
Oh my god! Oh.
more than they seem from page 1 when it's revealed that this book once belonged to a guy named Mike. And
you mean
one
Michael?
word search immediately clues
You
in
mean
that there's
Michael?
way more here than meets the eye, putting the likes of Gravity Falls Journal number 3 on blast. Basically,
don't you ever fucking say anything about Gravity Falls Journal 3 ever again out of your fucking dirty whore mouth.
Basically, the Five Nights at Freddy's Survival Logbook is a book-length metagame dedicated to revealing Golden Freddy's real name, all disguised as a children's activity workbook. It is unquestionably my favorite thing that this franchise has yet produced. That is no exaggeration. This thing is so cool, but the problem is, I can't solve it. Here's how it all breaks down. Several pages throughout the book contain faded text that says, my name. Each of those pages with that text also has a numeric clue hidden on it. Sometimes it's written in plain sight, sometimes with numbers out of place, sometimes the page number itself is wrong. Page 29 is numbered 52, page 32 is numbered 39, page 43 is numbered 15.
That's
on page
weird.
47, the numbers 7 and 2 appear out of order in this survey question. On page 85, we're presented with a list and numbers 10 and 11 appear in red. On page 108, the time 8:11 appears on an incident report that Mike was supposed to log in. So putting all those numeric clues in order, we get 52, 39, 15, 7, 2, 10, 11, 8.
Putting those things in order of what? Of the books? Of the book pages?
11. But that's just the beginning. Throughout the book, there are some coupons for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Wait, that's actually so cool. What? That's so funny. That is so cool. I love that.
One of those coupons, we see that Mike wrote himself the message for real value, see page 61. You flip over to page 61 and suddenly you see a finish the comic strip exercise where in one of the panels, Foxy and Freddy stand in front of the chalkboard with 5 plus 4 written in one part and a 3 written in the bottom right corner. To me, this very clearly tells us that we need to add the two numbers together on each of those 6 pages from earlier to get the real value for that page. 5 plus 2 is 7, 3 plus 9 is 12, 1 plus 5 is 6.
Rev, thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Thank you for gifting. Thank you so much for gifting. And I thank you really so much for doing minus. We be suffering out here. It's been fun though. It's been fun. It's just can't imagine. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Love you lots.
7 plus 2 is 9, 10 plus 11 is 21, and 8 plus 11 is 19. 7, 12, 6,
What does
9,
that have to do with the 3 on the bottom,
which
though?
seems like it's giving us a code
I
to a
promise you
6-letter
guys.
name.
I promise you guys. At the if the timer goes down, it's not like I'm going anywhere. This is still my full-time job, okay? And I love you guys that much, all right? But you know, then I won't have to do it for 10 hours a day, and I could actually see my family.
But now, what do you do with those numbers? Well, one page in the book contains a giant grid that encourages readers to draw.
What
in
does that?
8-bit.
But
So
what
if
does
you
that
look
have to
closely
do
at the grid,
with the number
grid's
3?
axes are actually numbered, and there are tiny letters in the grid's first few boxes. It seemed to me like this grid was setting up an alphanumeric code where the numbers each get represented by a different letter. Putting 7, 12, 6, 9, 21,
But if the
and
timer
19
runs
into
down,
that,
we
you
can't get this wheel spin for
Yes,
SAT.
it's clearly not
I
Golden Freddy's
promise
real
you,
name.
you
But
don't
then
have
what
to
about
worry
that 3
about
that's
that
in the
at
bottom
all.
right corner of the chalkboard? I tried shifting all the letters and numbers 3 up and 3 down.
Like, look at how
decoding,
big the fucking
recoding,
timer
still
actually
nothing that
is,
would
you
make
guys.
any
Come on,
sort of
chill.
sense.
Don't worry
But I
about it.
wasn't admitting defeat yet. The fact that all this is happening on a grid seems seem to point to the numbers being decoded using a Visionaire cipher. If you've never encountered these before,
oh
well,
no,
welcome
we're
to the
here.
exciting
We're at
world
the
of
cipher part of the
cryptography, art of
ARG.
solving
God
codes.
fucking
Visionaire
damn it.
ciphers are one of the most famous codes out there. Basically, you need a giant alphabet grid and a keyword. So, say I want to encode the word crying child. That's called my plain text, and I want my keyword to be Mike. What I would do is, in my alphabet grid, go over to my first letter, the C in crying, and then go down to the row M, the first letter in my keyword Mike. That gives me the letter O. Then I would find where column R for the R in crying intersects with row I for the second letter in Mike to get a Z. That's my second encoded letter. And then keep going with column Y crossing with row K, and on, repeating the keyword over and over until I'm at.
Okay, I don't need the actual lesson. If I wanted to do it myself and learn how to decode, I would have just done it. All right? I came to you so that you could do the fucking shit for me, you fucking butler!
At the end of the phrase. If you've done it correctly, you get the ciphertext or encoded word Ozim Zamlun. Luton. Ozim Zamluton. Ozim Zamluton. Then to decode, you just reverse the process. And that's what I tried, over and over again, on and off again for months, and still nothing. Using those real values of 7, 12, 6, 9, 21, and 19, I tried everything. Different keywords like Mike, Chica, Friday, since it's on the magazine that Foxy's reading, Bonnie, Foxy, doing the process forwards, and decoded or reverse process since that's the.
This is how long he's been talking about this part. He starts
reading,
here.
Bonnie, Foxy, doing the
right? He starts here. 5 seconds later.
After the encoding and decoding process.
It's still here.
The codes I was working with since the number.
That was 7 seconds after that.
Number 3 on the chalkboard could potentially relate to page. That's still nothing.
He took 25 to 30 seconds to say nothing happened.
If you think that's a lot, I still wasn't done, because there are other oddities in this book. For unknown reasons, Mike has made red ink tally marks throughout it. On page 9, there are 5. On page 19, there are 10. On page 31, there are 14, but they're in 2 groups, a 5 and a 9. On page 36, there are 5. On page 100, there are again 5. No explanation, no nothing.
It's not about the time, Axel. It's about the criticism.
They seem important, and they seem especially important because there are 6 tally hints, just like the 6 real values that we found hidden throughout the book earlier. So I've tried shifting the individual letters off of those tally marks. Nothing. Tried shifting the letters off the an idea of what I do for some of these theories. Taking weeks just to brainstorm new ways to attack the is right in front of me, but I just can't quite grasp it. And this is where I have to raise the white flag. I don't know what to do. I need your help, or else I need Scott to give us some clues or something, because I am stumped. I feel like I've tried everything, and very clearly this is the way that Scott intends to reveal Golden Freddy's name. But without all of us working to solve it, that name will forever remain in mystery. And this is only the beginning. The survival guide is simultaneously the most important, most revealing, and most frustrating piece of evidence to be thrown into this franchise.
It's very interesting because I feel like he's kind of mentioned that with every single thing that's been in the franchise ever, including the books, including every fucking game. All right? Like, genuinely, this man is like, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Man's
yes,
getting the bag.
The Freddy puzzle is a huge part of that, but there's more. So much more. This book confirms so many assumptions.
There's so much more, so come by and check out my next video.
About this series and unveils so many more mysteries than we ever thought possible. And the Golden Freddy mystery is just a small piece of that. The rest all relate to Michael Afton. But all of that will have to be in just a few days. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you wait months. So make sure you jump scare that subscribe button to ensure that
and remember,
you're here next week
it's all a theory.
Is the most earth-shattering FNAF completely long one. And in the meantime, remember, that's just a theory.
A game theory.
Thanks for simultaneously staying patient for the release of this episode, as well as stomaching another multi-part FNAF episode. When you
Okay. Alrighty, buddy. Alrighty. Well, Matt, listen, I have the utmost respect for you, truly. If you ever, which you will probably most never, ever see me watch this. Remember forever, I have the utmost respect for you. That said, Jesus fucking Christ, Matt. You know, and I know, you know. Alrighty, everyone. Thank you very, very much for hanging out and doing my FNAF day with us. All right. Yeah. Well, I only have to do one FNAF day, so this is where we end forever. My name, it's been a true pleasure. Thank you so much, Axel, for putting all this together. Thank you to Matt, Pat, of course. There we go. Axel is definitely sitting there going, no, there's no way. You guys are definitely gonna fucking watch again, right? No? Oh, I thought he was gonna start reading right now. I thought he was gonna go like, like Red does. It sure was a day of FNAF. I'm really enjoying this part more because now we're getting like actual solid stuff. I feel like. Yeah, I hope you guys had a great time. I think we had a lot of really fun and good bits here. This is it for now. Maybe. Who knows? We're gonna have a part 2, so I'm happy. How do you know we're gonna have a part 2? I don't have to do a part 2. So why would you assume that we're gonna do a part 2? Don't you think that maybe I'm fucking tired? You said so. When the fuck did I say that? You know what Scott said? You know what Matt has said multiple times now? You know what Matt has said multiple times now? But Matt says all sorts of things and nobody gets on his ass for it, right? Anyways, my name is Ladybug. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. I will be gone this weekend. I will be out of town for an event that I have to go to. But I really appreciate you guys. I will see you guys on Monday. All right? Monday. How do I do this? Don't miss me too much during that time. I appreciate it, but you don't have to miss me too much during that time, okay? And I am going to send you guys over to a friend. Let's see. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to send you guys over to somebody. If you're in my community, you know who they are. All right. Here. What's the timer at? 387.49. There you go. Once again, thank you so much. I genuinely actually did have a pretty great time watching FNAF so far. My name is Ladybug. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. Goodbye. Yes? Goodbye? Thank you for flying with Ladybug Air. Bye-bye now.